Good morning, dear colleagues. We start our second day of our conference. Yesterday we conclude our day with a great discussion about huge history and regional history and about memories in the history case. And today we continue our conversation about memories. With great pleasure, I give the floor to Markus Roth. Markus is historian. He earned his doctorate from the University of Vienna in 1928 with the thesis on German district commissioners in occupied Poland and their career after 1945. He then became a research assistant in the Herder Institute in Marburg and a staff member of the research unit for Holocaust literature in the University in Gießen. He was vice director at the latter from 2010 to 2020 and also managed director from 2016 to 2020. He has been a research associate at the Fritz Bauer Institute in Frankfurt since 2020. He published several books on the history of the Holocaust and on anti-Semitism. His current research project is about profit and profiteers of the Holocaust in German occupied Poland, history and aftermath.
So thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you very much to the organizers for having me here. It's really a great pleasure and honor to present here at this conference and in lovely Riga about von letzten khurbn. I want to take you now to Munich, to the place where the journal von letzten khurbn was published. It was the only DP journal which was dedicated exclusively to the history or the suffering of Jews during the Holocaust, which was published from 1946 to 1948 in Munich. First, I want to speak about the Central Historical Commission in Munich and historical commissions in general shortly, then about von letzten khurbn in general, and finally about the Baltic themes in von letzten khurbn, because that's what the conference is about. After the war, surviving Jews founded Jewish historical commissions in many countries to collect material to document the Holocaust. Such Jewish historical commissions were established almost everywhere where a large number of Jewish survivors came together, like in Poland, France, Germany, Austria, Italy. In the Baltic states, however, there were no such commissions, although Jewish life there had a long tradition. Here, as in the other countries of the Soviet Union, the Extraordinary State Commission investigated the crimes of the German occupiers. However, the commission had a completely different focus and different approach than the Jewish historical commissions. In addition to the individual countries in which such Jewish historical commissions were formed, they were also set up in the camps for displaced persons in occupied Germany and Austria. Surviving Jews from all over Europe lived together there so that the documentation work had a broader focus and was not concentrated on a single region. Therefore, the first post-war years in Germany offered unique opportunities to those who tried to document the Shoah. The later Holocaust researcher Lucy Davidovich, then still known as Lucy Schildkret, came to Germany at the end of 1946, where she worked for the Joint Distribution Committee in DP support. She writes in her testimony, in her memoirs, quote, "The survivors felt compelled to talk. Telling their story helped them to alleviate the feelings of guilt that tormented them. They wanted to talk about their losses, of parents who perished, sisters and brothers who disappeared, even of their own children who were murdered. During the time I spent in Germany, I must have heard hundreds of such stories." End of quote. But there were also opposing tendencies, turning away from the past, wanting to forget. The focus on the future, if you like, grew with each passing day. Israel Kaplan, a historian from Riga, wanted to use the opportunities offered by this situation in the DP camps. In November 1945, in the Yiddish newspaper Unser Weg, he called for people to collect material and bear witness because, as Kaplan wrote, quote, "Everything is lost, never to be recovered." End of quote. Therefore, every survivor is a living treasure, quote, "a witness and a source that can furnish interesting and extremely important material for the great historical structure of the recently ended period." End of quote. Kaplan repeated this urgent appeal several times. He saw himself in a race against time as the survivors would soon disperse and much would inevitably be forgotten. And he stated, quote, "Every postponement of such work is truly an unforgivable sin." The Central Historical Commission of the Central Committee of Liberated Jews in the American Zone was founded in Munich. As in other countries, the commission headed by Moshe Feigenbaum set itself the goal of collecting testimonies, documents, and other material for future historians. This was accompanied by constant appeals to the community of the few survivors to contribute a material that would make a comprehensive documentation of Jewish life and suffering. In mid-March 1946, for example, an appeal was published in the newspaper Unser Weg by the Franconian department of the Central Historical Commission. Quote, "It seems to us that it is in the interest of every Jew who has remained alive that the inhuman sufferings, whether his own or those of his neighbors, should be revealed to the world public." End of quote. Moreover, they should be available to the leading Jewish organizations for their work on international stage. People were to write down their experiences and submit these texts to the Commission. Quote, "Anyone who is unable to do this on their own should contact the Historical Commission in their area and a record will be kept." End of quote. It was said with regard to those who were not experienced to write on their own and all those who were unable to write such texts for other reasons. In Feigenbaum's eyes, the work of the Commission and the journal had one more goal. He saw ignorance of the Shoah and downplaying of the crimes everywhere, be it among the non-Jewish population or among statesmen like as Winston Churchill and others. Accordingly, Feigenbaum was also suspicious of the Allies who had collected material in preparation for the Nuremberg trials and now had it at their disposal. Whether that would be ever freely accessible, in Feigenbaum's opinion, was uncertain. Above all, however, it was also the blind spots on the Allied side that concerned Feigenbaum because, as he wrote, quote, "Many documents that pertain directly to us Jews are not being compiled by the great powers at all." End of quote. However, if the Allies did not use all their resources to specifically secure documents on the fate of the Jews under German rule, there was a threat of oblivion, ultimately before any remembrance beyond the survivors had even begun. Feigenbaum went a decisive step further, for even if the Allies had collected such documents on a large scale, the documents would still only show the murderous view of their victims. The conclusion drawn from the one-sidedness of the perspective was the same one that Jewish activists in many places had already drawn during the Holocaust. The persecuted themselves, or rather the survivors, were required to collect the necessary material that depicted the whole history and not just the view of the murderers, or rather to create the material in the first place. The material to be collected and created would not only broaden or complete the perspective on historical events, it would also ensure that Jewish researchers would have unrestricted access to the material. Furthermore, Feigenbaum pointed out that it could also be an important basis for the political work of Jewish organizations, whereby he certainly had the efforts to create a Jewish state in Palestine first and foremost in mind. The ambitious concerns were only partially successful. Feigenbaum's fears that access to the Nuremberg documents and other sources could be denied or restricted to Jewish historians and researchers soon proved to be largely unfounded. The broadening of perspectives that Feigenbaum and the other Jewish pioneers of Holocaust documentation and research wanted to enable with the help of the material was to be decades in coming. The material collected in Munich, which was brought to Israel at the end of the 1940s and is kept in the Yad Vashem archives, remained virtually untouched for many years. This was the fate of many other sources collected by the Jewish commissions. When it was used or an independent attempt on an integrated history was made, it was usually by Jewish researchers, such as Philipp Friedman and others, whose work received little attention for a very long time. This is where the magazine Von letzten khurbn, on the last destruction in English, comes into play. Among other things, it was intended to support the Commission's collection activities and motivate its readership to write and provide material. The spiritus rector of this unique magazine was Israel Kaplan. I already mentioned him. He was born in 1902 in the small town of Volozhin, 18 kilometers northwest of Minsk. In 1919, the Kaplan family moved to Kovno, to Kaunas, and there Kaplan studied history, became a teacher, and worked as a journalist. He married Lea Grünstein, who, unlike the Zionist Kaplan, was a communist and had close contacts with the communist resistance during the Shoah. After the German invasion, the Kaplans had to live in the ghetto in Kovno. In February 1943, Kaplan was deported to the ghetto in Riga. In 1944, he was deported to the Dachau subcamp in Kaufering, and Lea Grünstein-Kaplan and their daughter were shot. Their son Sholem survived in hiding. Kaplan was liberated during a death march. He moved to Munich, and there he worked for the Yiddish newspaper Unser Weg and then for the Historical Commission, and there he became editor of the magazine Von letzten khurbn. Collecting and motivating people to collect were central but not the only concerns of the magazine. The journal itself and all the material collected were to be a symbolic gravestone for all the dead without a grave. Kaplan understood collecting and documenting, bearing witness, as an obligation of the living, as an extremely important contribution to the preservation of Jewish history. Quote, Jews, note, record everything that happened to you in the last years. Let us put hand and shoulder into building and creating the most precious contribution to our great, immense national monument, Jewish history. End of quote. In Kaplan's opinion, too few of the survivors wrote down what they had experienced. According to Kaplan, the magazine was intended to, quote, close the gap in Jewish life that was so strongly felt here. He continued, quote, we want to reach out to all survivors with our magazine and encourage them to send the Historical Commission their testimonies and records of what they suffered under Nazi regime, end of quote. Kaplan and the other members of the commission were quite successful. After the publication of the first issue of Von letzten khurbn, the number of testimonies submitted to or recorded increased significantly. In the first issue of August 1946, readers were informed that 100 testimonies had been collected. In issue 3, October-November 46, the number had already doubled, and by March 47, it had risen to nearly 600 testimonies. The focus is predominantly on the German-occupied territories of Central and Eastern Europe. So-called Yiddish land is the focus of the magazine, and in addition to accounts of the fate of individual shtetls and communities that drew on pre-war traditions, these included reports on Jewish resistance, extermination sites. Here you see the statistic. The fate of Jewish children, the death marches and cultural life, especially in the smaller ghettos in the Baltic states, Belarusia and Ukraine. The vast majority of the contributions are testimonies, either written by the people themselves or reported to a member of the commission who recorded them. With these thematic and regional focal points, some things did not come into view. The Shoah in German-occupied northern and western and central Europe, as well as in the satellite states or among the allies of the Reich, was not a topic. The critical discussion about the behavior of Jewish councils, which began early on, can only be found in the magazine in isolated comments in a few articles. Even the major centers of Jewish life before the war, such as Warsaw, Łódź, Saloniki, and so on, were hardly the subject of the articles. It is not only more traditional testimonial reports that were published in the magazine. Kaplan was particularly interested in collecting material from what he called folklore. This consisted of code words, sayings, slang, nicknames, and anecdotes that circulated in the ghettos and camps, or even in some communities at the time. Kaplan wrote in the introduction to the first part of the collection that these anecdotes, jokes, etc., were the only things that the Nazis could not have taken away from the Jews. Another focus of the collection and publication activities were songs from the ghettos and camps. Each issue contains several such song texts, as well as calls to submit them to the Commission or even to sing them at the Commission. After all, the songs of the Shoah would not only be preserved lyrically, but also sung. Every song could be recorded on record immediately at the Commission. That's quite unique, I think, at this time. So now I come to the Baltic topics. A total of 29 testimonial texts out of a total of 89, a good third, 15 songs out of a total of 24, and 5 children essays out of a total of 8 deal with the life and death of Baltic Jews during the Holocaust. A further third is of the testimonial texts relate to Poland, 13 to Belarusia. Nearly one-third of these Baltic texts deal with the history and fate of the Jewish population of one town or shtetl. Beyond this, the main topics are resistance, culture and education, and labor. Kaplan writes about resistance in Riga, and there are also 3 articles about the resistance in Kovno, about the struggle movement there, about the secret post, and about the way from the ghetto to the forest to fight as partisans. The 5 articles on work deal with the workshops in Kovno, the airfield, and the work of women. There are also testimonies about the school and teachers in the Kovno ghetto, the orchestra in Kovno, and a concert in the Vilnius ghetto, and much more. It is remarkable that the contributions on Kovno, on Kaunas, are much more specific than most of the other testimonies in other places. No other place has such a broad thematic spectrum of testimonial text in the journal. Read together, they provide a comprehensive social history of the Kovno ghetto about medicine, religion, culture, education, resistance, work, and also about the mass murder of the people of Kovno. If you add the songs and children's texts and the reports from the death marches, the result is some kind of a small monograph of Jewish life in Kovno during the Holocaust, written by the Jews from Kovno themselves. Then there's Kaplan's hobby horse, language. Of course, expressions from the Kovno and Riga ghettos also played a role in his collection of code words, terms, and sayings. He lists many examples of code words for different situations and explains them in the journal. However, other topics played little or no role, neither for the Baltic Jews nor for other regions. This included, for example, text on the special situation on women, everyday and private life in the ghettos, including family life, robbery and profit, and the Jewish order service, Jewish councils, and the question of complicity, or how to say. At best, they were only mentioned in passing in some contributions. Kaplan saw it as a duty of the Commission and the journals to secure material on certain topics or regions on behalf of others, as no one else was able or willing to take on the matter. In number 7, for example, he notes in the introduction to the focus on the destruction of Lithuania that only a few Jews were still living in Lithuania. He goes on to write that, quote, there is no longer even a Jewish institution there that could deal with memorial stones for the Jews who had perished there, end of quote. He states, quote, a Jewry for which no Kaddish was said, end of quote. In his opinion, it was the task of the Commission and the journal to counteract this. For this reason, the collection of material from Lithuanian Jews living in the American occupation zone had begun and would be published in the magazine, and they were also working on a book about Lithuania. Post-war Germany, as I already said, was certainly the most suitable place for this. There were hardly any Jews left in Lithuania itself. Around 95% of the Jewish population was murdered. Thousands were deported west to German concentration camps and finally liberated there. Most of them lived in Bavaria in DP camps, where the Historical Commission was also based. This was clearly reflected in the choice of places of the Holocaust in the Baltic states, which were written about in von letstn khurbn. Only one song and one testimonial text about Estonia was printed. Both dealt with the Kloga camp. There were only 3 testimonies about Latvia. 2 of them Kaplan had written about resistance in Riga. All the other texts on the Baltic states related to places and events in German-occupied Lithuania. 25 of the 29 testimonial reports, 14 of the 15 songs, and all 5 children's essays. Most of these texts dealt with Kovno, 1 with Vilnius, 4 reports with other places. Why was Kovno such a dominant place, dominant focus? Around 30,000 Jews were living in Kovno at the time of German invasion and were imprisoned in the ghetto in August 1941, and 3 years later only around 90 Jews were liberated alive in Kovno. 500 had successfully hidden in the region or with Christians, and 2,500 to 3,000 had survived the deportations to the west and the camps in the German Reich. Even after their liberation, they lived together in a DP camp. This means that not only were more survivors from Kovno, many of them were also to be found in one place after the war. And of course, a decisive role seems to have been played by the fact that Israel Kaplan himself came from Kovno, and he knew many of the people there, and therefore he had direct access to them. He was a central figure in the Historical Commission and in the journal. And he was certainly able to overcome any resistance to giving a testimony more easily than a stranger. Other members of the Historical Commission, like Yitzhak Ratner, also came from Kovno. Kaplan also had something to do with the fact that almost all songs dealing with the Holocaust in the Baltic state originated from the Kovno ghetto. Songs were sung in almost every ghetto during the Holocaust and had an enormous meaning for the people. They were easy to remember and therefore spread quickly, and they were well suited to addressing individual phenomena or people from ghetto life, often satirically. Kaplan started collecting such songs Kaplan started collecting such songs while he was still living in the Kovno ghetto. He wrote down the lyrics and later has hidden his notes in the ghetto. His son, who had survived in hiding, recovered these notes after the war and took them with him on his way to the West. Unfortunately, Soviet soldiers took them away from him, but however, he later reconstructed many songs from memory and was able to hand over a number of song texts to the historical commission and also to sing them. 9 of the 14 songs from the Khurbn ghetto that were printed in the magazine were handed over by Sholem Kaplan. 5 of the total of 8 texts by children referred to Khurbn. This focus, which in turn certainly has a lot to do with Kaplan himself, may have other reasons, which I will only briefly mention here. Boas Kohn, who studied the children's testimonies in von letstn khurbn, offers the following explanation. Getting reports from children for publication in the magazine encountered a fundamental obstacle. Kaplan needed and wanted coherent texts, but very few of the surviving children were able to do so, either because of their traumatic experience in the Holocaust or because of a lack of expressiveness due to their lack of schooling. According to Boas Kohn, this also explains the relatively high proportion of children from Khurbn. The ghetto existed until 1944, formally as a concentration camp, so children were able to benefit from educational work much longer than in many other places and were able to give a comprehensive testimony. Kaplan and Feigenbaum's aims and methods, motivating all kinds of people to provide testimonies, collecting documents, compiling and collecting comprehensive material on everyday life and culture, sending out questionnaires, organizing essay competitions, etc., were part of a chain of tradition of Jewish collecting and research work that went back a long way and had its central institutional beginning, of course, in Vilnius in 1925 with the foundation of the YIVO, the leading and innovative home for research of the history and culture of Eastern European Jews. An essential element of this was not only the collection of Yiddish language material, but above all, the use and establishment of Yiddish as a language of scholarship and science. The basis of the work was the formation of a network of amateurs, collectors, Sammlers, who were together and collect material in their local environment. This veritable grassroots movement created essential foundations for the work of the limited number of professional employees of YIVO. This was particularly true for the Folklore Commission, which was dependent on the countless songs, sayings, and phrases collected by the local Sammlers for its work. It was above all this branch of YIVO's work that Kaplan built on and continued. However, YIVO's historical department also set standards with its focus on the experiences of the broad masses of ordinary Jews, not just the elites and intellectuals. Young researchers were also active here who later led the documentation work under German occupation and of whom Emanuel Ringelblum, of course, was to become the best known. YIVO's working methods and research topics set standards and laid the foundations for a number of documentation initiatives during the Holocaust. For the Komitee zu sammeln Materialien wegen jiddischen Khurbn in Poland, the Committee for the Collection of Material on the Destruction of Jewry in Poland 1939, which was founded in fall 1939 in Vilnius by approximately 60 journalists and writers, among them well-known personalities such as Mendel Balberisky, Hermann Kruk, and Susman Segalowicz. They conducted interviews with refugees from German-occupied Poland and summarized the material in bulletins and gave the witnesses a chance to speak in detail. 1 year later, in November 22nd, 1940, the historian Emanuel Ringelblum and others founded a secret archive under the cover name Onek Shabbat in Warsaw. You all know about it. And they wanted to collect and document all aspects of Jewish life under German rule and then research this fate of Jews under German rule by using this collected material. And another example, which is a little bit different, is the archive in the ghetto of Lodz, Litzmannstadt, which was set up in November 1940, too, so to be not misunderstood. However, it was not an underground archive, but an official part of the Jewish ghetto administration. And one of the most important ongoing archive projects was the Chronicle of the Ghetto, which they kept from January 1941 to the end of July 1944. And the Ghetto Chronicle was intended to document the events in the ghetto daily, but also rumors, circulating jokes, reports from everyday life in the ghetto, and so on. The perspective on future generation, which most documentation initiatives in the ghettos adopted as the situation worsened, led to a remarkable project, such as the writing of an encyclopedia of the Lodz ghetto. Initiated by the journalist Oskar Rosenfeld, the Lodz archive staff wanted to provide future generations with an aid to understanding life and death in the ghetto. They described important personalities and institutions from the ghetto in the encyclopedia. Above all, however, they collected ghetto language expressions and defined them as this language would not be understandable for later researchers. The change of perspective to future generations went so far that the authors of the encyclopedia consistently wrote about current events in the past tense. For example, Oskar Rosenfeld wrote an entry about himself in the past tense as if he had passed away quite a long time ago. After liberation, the historical commissions followed in the footsteps of these pioneers of Holocaust documentation in Warsaw, in Białystok, in Vilnius, and so on, with similar goals, methods, and content. The Munich Commission was only one of them, but it was certainly the one that became the center of documentation of the lives and death of the Baltic Jews. Although there were a few publications on the Holocaust in the Baltic states outside the Commission's work, such systematic collecting work in the first post-war years were probably only carried out by the Munich Commission and its regional branches. Here are a few examples of these publications. I think Eliyana will talk about one of them after the coffee break. Apart from a few short articles in DP newspapers, there were only a few memoirs in Yiddish and German that were published in Munich, Paris, and Moscow in 1947 and 48, and resistance was at the heart of this work. In 1949, the number of DPs in Germany had already declined rapidly. Most of them had long since been scattered all over the world. The Central Historical Commission was also losing more and more staff. Kaplan and Feigenbaum published the last issue of von letzten khurbn in December 1948, in which Feigenbaum summarized the work of the Commission. The results that Feigenbaum achieved may not have met his own high expectations, but in view of the difficulties that were certainly respectable, they were certainly respectable. A total of 2,036 testimonies were collected or recorded. In addition, hundreds of songs and poems, more than 1,000 photos, many documents from the Nazi era, thousands of documents from the pre-war and post-war period, historical artifacts about the Shoah, like concentration camp clothes and so on, questionnaires from children about their persecution, a few films, and finally an extensive press archive with newspaper clippings from the DP press in post-war Germany. However, in January 1949, the commission disbanded. The material was shipped to Israel and sent to Yad Vashem. Feigenbaum and Kaplan emigrated to Israel. However, their hopes of being able to continue their work at Yad Vashem were not fulfilled. Instead, Kaplan returned to work as a teacher and Feigenbaum as an accountant. However, neither of them gave up historical work completely. Feigenbaum continued to write about the Holocaust in his home region and hometown of Biała Podlaska, and Kaplan continued to deal with the folklore, the language of the people during the Shoah, and published an expanded edition of his book, which he already published in 1949 in Germany, on folklore. One reason for the relatively low reception of the Commission's work and the journal in Europe, but also in the US and Israel, may have been the choice of language. The fact that the Commission had created a journal in which Jewish life under the Nazis and the mass murder could be reported in Yiddish, the language of many victims and survivors, especially in the region that was the focus of the journal, Yiddishland, was initially also a triumph, a historical satisfaction in the face of all the suffering. Israel Kaplan's article in the first issue of Unser Weg from October 12, 1945, makes this very clear. Quote, "A newspaper, a weekly, a Yiddish one, will be published in Munich from now on, printed with bright, square Jewish letters. The longing for the Jewish letter and word, which was so cruelly silenced and destroyed, flickers hellishly. The world should know that we are alive. We have survived." So thank you very much, and here are a few works my presentation is based on, and now I'm looking forward for your comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Markus, very much. And yes, we start our discussion. And
Thank you for this very important presentation. I wondered if the Commission, first of all, what strikes me that even in the YIVO time, indeed, the historical section and historical commission was concerned very much by the collecting testimonies of the pogroms, and it is a direct parallel, of course, but were there indeed any direct ties to the New York YIVO at the time of when the commission was active and the journal was published?
Does it work? Yes. Yes, thank you very much. There were close connections to YIVO and to Jewish researchers, mostly Jewish researchers, of course, because there were no other researchers on the Shoah at that time, all over the world. Philip Friedman, for example, that was in close contact with the Commission in Germany, and he liked it very much that this kind of journal was published in Munich. He was in contact with Kaplan, and there is, as if I remember right, in the first issue of von letzten khurbn, a letter of Philip Friedman is published, and I think another one, I don't remember the name, but they were in close contact, and YIVO was shipped to readers all over the world, and of course to the colleagues at YIVO in New York too.
Thank you so much. It was very interesting. I have a question and a comment. As I know, the collection in Yad Vashem is not deeply researched, as you mentioned, specifically because of the language. And I wanted to ask, the statistic that you presented, is it your research or it was researched before? Because I never saw it. It's very interesting. Statistic of topics. Mm-hmm. And a comment I wanted to tell, first of all, in Yad Vashem we also have a separate collection of Mark Vazhetsky, and you mentioned him. It's also very interesting to add. And the collection of songs, it's really amazing, and it's for those who want to listen to them, it's available online, even on the Yad Vashem website. And it's amazing songs collected by Shmerke Kaczerginsky, sang in DP camps. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for this comment. I didn't know that the songs are online available. That's really great. It's good to know. I have to listen to them. The statistic is my own work, but the statistic only refers to the journal, not to the material at all. So it was quite easy to do the statistics by going through. Actually, I worked with the German language edition, which I co-edited, because I have to confess I don't read Yiddish. And I counted Yes, one say American scholars begin their presentation with a joke, German with an excuse. So with a little bit delay, here's my confession that I don't read Yiddish. But the statistic regards to the published articles, not to the 2,500 testimonies, which is in Yad Vashem. And also these testimonies, most of them are online available, I think. Not every, but some of them are online available, I think.
Yeah, I have a brief comment and also a very simple, maybe complicated question. So I really like this paper. I think it's important and really interesting. There's something very similar going on after the First World War. So Eliyana and I just talked about this, about the pogroms, right? So the Elias Cherikhofer builds up this enormous archive, and then Josef Schechtman and Leo Motzkin publish a study about the pogroms. And then there's quite a few people sort of systematically collect information, and Cherikhofer is one of the key figures in YIVO, obviously. So there's sort of this similar, different story playing out after the First World War, and it plays out in Germany, actually, in Berlin, right? So where the YIVO was founded. So that's also sort of an interesting coincidence. My question is, I don't understand the adjective. Is it the last khurbn? So der letzte khurbn. What does last mean? Is it last or is it final? Recent. Okay. That's
recent. Okay, that's
recent. The most recent. Yeah. Again, it's I point to some of the things that happened in the 20s, and again, Yiddish is important, and so on and so on. So that's often overlooked, in my opinion.
Okay. Thanks, Eliyana, for the answer to the question. To your comment, unfortunately, Jewish history, as we all know, is a long history of pogrom after pogrom and suffering. And of course, their collecting initiatives were reports and testimonies about pogroms were also made until nowadays. October 7th, for example, of course, there are initiatives to collect survivor testimonies and so on. So this is maybe the second column of tradition. The work of the commissions are based on the YIVO work and Shimon Dubnov, etc. Let's call it the scientific tradition, and the other tradition you mentioned. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for a very fascinating story and the narrative and the presentation. And well, I just in general see that there was a trend and desire to record for posterity, for future generations. And what I saw also that there are a lot of similarities with the Soviet projects. I'm not just talking about the Commission on the History of the Great Patriotic War that was run by Isaac Means, who recorded also not just the war experiences, but also experiences of the people who lived in the occupied territories. And they also recorded the stories about the Holocaust. I'm also talking about the projects, let's say, by Moisei Beregovsky, who recorded, collected lots of songs from Jews who escaped the Holocaust, including Lithuania, Latvia, and they sent him songs. And I see there is a connection with Israel Kaplan's project. So I see a lot of similarities. And my question is like about the roots and the traditions. Could you tell us a little bit more where those traditions of desire to record something for posterity come from? And maybe there are some similarities, not just distinctions, but also similarities can be found in Soviet and other projects of Jewish activists who wanted to record something for posterity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this comment and question. I'm not sure if I'm able to answer the question. It's quite difficult, and I think there are many books published on this subject, and I'm not really an expert of all these ancient traditions of collecting material, but I think this is a tradition which goes back centuries, collecting materials of Jewish life and suffering. And of course, there are similarities to all the initiatives and projects you mentioned and the other mentioned. And the work of the Commission of the Jewish Historical Commissions, not only in Munich but elsewhere, and the work of the staff of von letstn khurbn was based on all these tries to document Jewish life in Yiddish land in this region. No, as you see, I'm a little bit swimming. So sorry.
Unfortunately, I was able to come only for the very last section. Maybe you've mentioned it, but how were recruited the authors for the magazine? Because I worked a little bit with these materials. I see that, of course, these are predominantly Lithuanian Jews who publish there, and there is rather limited number of materials by Latvian Jews. And I have kind of a feeling, also working a little bit with documents of the Committee of Liberated Baltic Jews and separately section of the Latvian Jews in the British occupation zone, that Latvian Jews were more interested in prosecuting the criminals and so on than recording their experience. Yeah, and there is a vast correspondence how they try to trace Latvian collaborators, German perpetrators, but basically the book that you mentioned by Max Kaufmann was published even not in Yiddish but in German, although it has a Yiddish title, Khurbn Lettland, and so kind of addressing broad audience, and he extensively deals with the issue of collaborators and so on. So if you can reflect on that, how people ended up being published in the magazine or maybe not being published. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Max Kaufmann's book is one of the very, very few which were published in German on the Holocaust in these years. There are 5 or 6 books, a report of Dorka, Goldstein about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and a few others. But to your question, they found the authors, the contributors of the texts in the DP camps. There were announcements in the DP press to come to the local branches of the Historical Commission. There were, I don't remember the exact number, but more than 40 local branches of the Historical Commission, almost in every bigger DP camp. There was such a branch. Come to the Commission and record and tell us what your experience of, write down. And there were plakate, announcements in the camps, posters in the camps, come and tell us about your experiences. And even in the journal itself there were announcements. If you know any song or anybody who knows songs, please come to the Commission, give us a text, and you could even sing the song and we will record it, and we will give you a copy of the record for your purposes. So it was some kind of reward for documenting the songs. And I think Kaplan and the other members, they went to people they knew and said, please record about your activities in cultural life in Kovno Ghetto, or please write us a text about the first concert in the ghetto of Vilnius and so on. I'm not really 100% sure that it worked this way, but I think this is a way to get contributions to the magazine.
But it was not like they had a program that, okay, we want somebody to write about Riga or somebody to write about Vilnius and this town, so we want to have a broad cover, so it's whoever signs up, we publish him.
Yeah. Yes, and many testimonies they collected were about the Shoah in Poland, and they published many testimonies about Poland, about Belarus, Ukraine, and 1/3 of the texts and the testimonies were about the Baltic region. So only one text about Germany, and I think no text about France or Norway, Denmark, and so on. Only Yiddish lang was the focus.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that Israel Kaplan published also lists of terms, so he dealt with the language in the Kovno ghetto. And just, I'm not an expert on the topic, but it's striking for me because we have other cases for the Terezin ghetto, but also in Poland. Did he attempt to create a dictionary? Do you know about? Is there any manuscript or of a broader collection of terms?
Yes, he published the collected terms in a book in 1949 in Munich in Yiddish, and later on an extended version was published in the early 1980s in Israel. It was published, I think, in Yiddish too, and a few years ago there was an English translation of this work made by Yad Vashem, published. So those who, like me, don't read Yiddish now can read it either in German in the edition or in English in this book. And it was organized systematically, not alphabetically, but systematically. For example, code words and so on during the work to inform the others, guard is coming, and be careful. I had some examples in my presentation, but I, due to the time, I didn't mention them. And even not only these terms and sayings of, for example, the Jews of Kovno, but also terms and sayings from the same place by German Jews who were deported to there. They had 18, for example, was something like a warning that there's someone coming, because, as Kaplan writes, it sounded similar to Achtung. Achtung in English. Attention, of course, attention, thank you. There's, for one and the same warning, there are several examples, and these 18 is also in Yiddish. I think the Riga or Kovno Jews used it too, and it's very, very interesting.
Thank you so much. I have a question about the sort of material conditions surrounding the creation of this newspaper. How was this, I guess, the letterpress sourced? Were these things, I mean, your quote at the end about sort of the revitalization of Yiddish, where did they get the letters to create? Was this supported by humanitarian agencies, or was this primarily just through the Commission's work?
They had support. Some sets of Yiddish letters were sent from the US to occupy Germany to be able to press Yiddish language press in Germany. At the beginning, there were a few newspapers who were transliterated that did not use Yiddish letters, but the Latin letters. But von letzten khurbn was published from the very beginning in Yiddish, and they very early had this set of Yiddish letters, but German press workers prepared it for work. They were trained, and I don't know how it worked out. And a triumph for Kaplan and the others was that von letzten khurbn and other Yiddish press was printed in the press where formerly the Völkischer Beobachter in Munich were printed. So not only the triumph and satisfaction that there's a rich Yiddish press in occupied Germany in Yiddish letters, but also in the press of Völkischer Beobachter and so on.
Yeah, thank you so much. Super interesting. Did I understand it correctly that you said topics that were excluded were like women and everyday life? Did you say that? Like in the... Mm-hmm. Because I found this interesting because there are so many continuities to the archives that had been created during the war, and you pointed all these similarities and continuities out. But then, like in the Onyx Shabbat, there was the topic of women in the Holocaust, and it was so important. And then there were so many texts created about everyday life. So I was wondering, is the reason that they excluded these topics now was that it was just after the khurbn, and they knew about like the whole catastrophe, and they thought it's not appropriate to write about everyday life? Do you know? Do you have an explanation for that?
No, not really. Everyday life is, in some testimonies, of course, it's a subject, but there's no testimony about, solely about everyday life in Kowno Ghetto. Like there is one about religious life in Kowno Ghetto, and this article about religious life, for example, is written by, if I remember correct, by a rabbi and a woman. Together they wrote this article about religious life in Kowno Ghetto. And one testimony is about women's work in Kowno, I think, but that's all. I don't know why. Maybe... No, I don't know why, just. Sorry.
I've come across jokes. I've come across in different books about Jewish humor jokes that were made up during the Holocaust that people told. Were those collected? I don't know where they came from, but they're dark, very dark humor, but they're wonderful.
Yes. Already during the Holocaust, jokes were collected. Szymon Huberband in Warsaw collected jokes. They are preserved in the Onyx Shabbat archive. And in the Lodz Ghetto, jokes were collected and published, documented in the Chronicle of the Lodz Ghetto. There are a few jokes published in Von letzten khurbn too. This, yes. So you can find these jokes, these contemporary jokes about Jewish life and suffering under Nazi occupation.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. As a question, it was a journal in Yiddish written by Jews for Jews in general. Were they ready to write about sensitive topics? Or for him for Kaplan was more important to save the materials for the future generations, and there was self-censorship for several topics. And the second, whether they mentioned the Romanian territory, especially Transnistria, and whether they mentioned the activity of Beregovsky, they knew about it, that they made the same work to collection of Jewish songs in 1944, 1945. They knew about it, or it was another story without any connections.
There was no censorship, I think. Maybe an internal censorship, not to write about these topics extensively. Maybe there are some testimonies which focus on these topics which were not published in the collection. One has to check it in Yad Vashem archives. There are only a few comments on this, on behavior of Jewish councils and so on, and I think this is because the main focus was to preserve, to document Jewish life and in all its vivid facets during the Shoah for future generations, not only for future researchers, but also for future Jewish generations. And therefore, it not really was a time maybe to, and the journal was not the place to judge about these people, about their decisions and so on. This was made in the diaries during the Holocaust. Many people wrote about it, of course, but not in the journal. No. Sorry, I forgot.
Yep. Thank you so much for the talk. I had a question about the project of writing a journal in general. I mean, as you just said, kind of if the project was for this commemoration, creation of a permanent memorial of testimonies and documents for future generations, it seems to me that a journal is kind of materially an interesting choice of venue for that project. It's, you know, if you think of a journal you receive in the mail or something, it's something you read and then throw out. It's not something you put on a shelf permanently to keep necessarily. So I was wondering about kind of how the journal as a project is framed kind of in the way in which the journal is created, as opposed to creating some kind of book or more permanent medium for preserving these testimonies, if that's something that's thought about, if this is just created by virtue of kind of the materials and resources available to them, if they want to kind of circulate it in a certain way, and how kind of the project of creating a journal in particular is framed.
Well, the journal was planned on the one hand to motivate people to write, to give examples and then urge them, write down your experiences or tell us your experiences. But on the other hand, of course, it was part of the idea to form some kind of written monument about Jewish life and suffering in the region under these in this horrible historical setting, for remembrance and as and of course not only as a remembrance project but also as the basis for future research. This always was the perspective of all these collecting initiatives before, during and after the Holocaust to give a basis for future research, because during the Holocaust, of course, they were not able to do this research while it was still going on. They tried, but for many reasons they were not able. And they wanted later on to build on that with the help of the journal, and the material was collected there. And some of the testimonies published in Von letzten khurbn were published in books in the US in 1949, 1950. So there was a change of media from journal to a book, but only very few. And no more. Maybe Kaplan and Feigenbaum would have done this if they had the opportunity, if they have had the opportunity to work further on in Israel. I don't know, maybe, but they didn't have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you so much. First of all, a question about where these actual Von letzten khurbn where these volumes exist. I know they're in Kibbutz Lachamei Getaot, and where they can be accessed in their entirety. They are in Yad Vashem? Okay, thank you. I missed that, I'm sorry. Secondly, I was very interested in the literary linguistic conceit behind many of these entries in the journals. I know that one of the women that I study who wrote in florid Hebrew, she wrote an extensive memoir throughout the war years, in Unser Weg, wrote a very sparse, painfully raw poem about the Jewish experience. I'm wondering if this insistence on Yiddish created a certain raw approach to the memories, or insisted upon a very frontal and pared down approach towards their own reflectiveness on their experiences, and how that impacted whether people were ready to, share their experiences that way. You mentioned that someone had had to write in past tense almost about his life when he was reflecting about it. How much did the insistence on Yiddish strip away some of the art that enabled survivors to cope with their experiences and encapsulate them that way? It's almost like they're being forced to write in a language that will make them confront their experiences in a very different way. And did you find any evidence of that in the study?
I'm not sure if I understood the question, fully understood the question, but not all of these testimonies and initiatives were written in Yiddish. The journal was published in Yiddish, but many of the testimonies collected by the Historical Commission were written in German, or some of the testimonies were in German, in Polish, and in other languages. But most of them, of course, in Yiddish, because it was the common language of many of the survivors in the DP camps. Yeah, and for example, the encyclopedia in the Lodz ghetto was written in 3 languages: German, Polish, and Yiddish. Some entries in Yiddish. It depended on the author who wrote the particular entry. Was his mother tongue Yiddish or Polish or German? I think so. Am I? That's all Yiddish, but there are some testimonies were translated from Polish or other language into Yiddish to publish them in von letzten khurbn. And sorry, maybe I didn't get the question right. The first question I couldn't. Okay, sorry.
Okay, and final and very short question.
Thanks. Just a short comment. I don't think we have any evidence of the editing of the language. I didn't see that. I worked with all the Lithuanian stuff, I read, and I saw also in Yad Vashem, and there's no difference really there. So and the approach of those people is it's both it's monument, like this literary cemetery kind of thing, monument, and history. Those were historians, and that is very clear. So you find. And they were very much in this Dubno tradition of creating material for an archive for the history of the people. So you have from all walks of life. You have memoirs or protocols even of the Jewish elders from the Jewish council in Kovno. So from the top. You have the children. You have from communists in the 7th floor, in the 9th floor. What they know, what they experience there. So the spectrum is huge, it's wide, complete. Or this working tradition, this social history, on work in Alexotas and on the airport. You have long stories about that. So it's, that's the approach taken here. I don't think we have any background material, right? Like from the editing staff, from their discussions, what to include, what to exclude. I'm not aware of that.
I don't think so, but there are some examples of editing texts, especially the children texts Kaplan edited because to get a comprehensive testimony. And I think it was Philip Friedman who ironically called this editing the text Kaplanisieren. Because in Philip Friedman's opinion, Kaplan in some texts went too far by editing this. But as I already confessed, I'm not able to read the Yiddish, so I couldn't prove it in the archival material in which way and how far they were changing and so on. This has to be future work for future researchers who are much more competent for this than me.
Thank you, Markus, very much. Thank you for all discussion participants. And now we have a coffee break. imagines Polish Jewish refugees in the wartime Soviet Union came out in 2020 and won the Yad Vashem International Book Prize for Holocaust Researchers, as well as the Rachel Brenner Awards in Polish Jewish Studies. She is also the author of most books and the co-editor of several books, included most recently Social Network in Eastern Europe and during the Holocaust. She has published articles in Holocaust and Genocide Studies, Yad Vashem Studies, East Europe and Jewish Affairs, Pauline, Jewish Social Studies and other journals, and held fellowships sponsored by the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, Yad Vashem, the German Historical Institute, and Fulbright, among other institutions. Eliyana Adler's current work focuses on post-Holocaust Polish Jewish memorial books. Please.
Thank you very much, and it's such a privilege to be here with all of you talking about these related topics. So just as Poland has served as the paradigm in many cases for studying the Holocaust in Eastern Europe, or the Holocaust more generally, at times eclipsing divergent victim experiences in other regions, so too Polish Jewish memorial books, Yizgerbücher, have dominated the study of the genre. Communities of Polish Jews living around the world produce the majority of these books, and thus their processes and formulas have defined how scholars have approached the books. It is not coincidental that the foremost work on the subject, From a Ruined Garden, focuses specifically on Polish Jewish memorial books, and this is true of my own work as well. When I give talks about Yizgerbücher more generally, I use Polish Jewish examples. I use that's how I define the topic. So this conference, as well as a conference earlier in the summer that Lisa organized in Kaunas, have helped me have the opportunity to step back from that Polish model and to think about other models, to look at Baltic works and to think more then about the genre of Yizgerbücher and also about Litvak Jews and what they contribute to it. So defining the genre of post-Holocaust Jewish memorial books is complicated. At the moment, I have settled on kind of three main useful categories, that is communal, collaborative, and commemorative. So the books are communal in the sense that they focus on an individual community, overall, generally speaking. Now, in the Polish case, that means mostly towns, cities, villages. Sometimes there are even more narrow topics, like one school and the graduates from one school. And then sometimes they're a little bit more broad, like looking at a region. But generally, they're really communally focused, one Jewish community. They're collaborative in the sense that, again, on the whole, they're not single-authored. These are books that a lot of people contribute to together, that are a communal project, that really reconstitute these communities after the war, even though by that time, in many cases, they're living all over the world. And again, there are exceptions. Specifically, some of the earlier books are single-authored, but even those, and Markus's work shows this nicely, are built on collections of other people's memoirs and testimonies as well. And then they're primarily, what they all share in common is that they're commemorative. These are about that gravestone, which is a metaphor that is so common in the books, trying to mark these communities, to have them be remembered. So those are the main categories that I use to talk about these books, and you can see fairly clearly that there are a lot of kind of adjacent genres or projects. For example, the books that we talked about last night, at the Museum of the Jews of Latvia, those are in some ways like memorial books. Maybe they're not as collaborative, and maybe they're not as commemorative, but they're certainly focused on different Jewish communities. Or von letstn khurbn, which we were just hearing about in the previous session. That's also very much a memorial project, but it's not as narrow, it's not about one community at a time. So there's a lot of different inputs and different similarities in these projects. And in terms of the communal nature, I just want to point out this remarkable map produced by Adam Kapczewski in Lublin of all of the memorial books from Poland. And you can't see because of just how small it is, but he actually has it color-coded by how many books there are for different towns. And it's remarkable. Sometimes, for a big city there might be 2, but then for some small town there might be 3. It's not necessarily based on size of the community, but that just gives you a sense of the number for Polish Jewish memorial books, just how many we're looking at. And it partly depends on how you define what counts, but between 500 and 700, just of Poland. All right. What happened? Here we are. Okay. Each book is unique, and it represents the community that it commemorates. But we can also point to certain trends in the publication. So these charts, which a student of mine prepared, are based on the New York Public Library's collection. So they don't have all of the YIVO, they have the largest collection, and they make it available so that you can use it for statistical purposes. So what we can see from this chart is that, for example, most of the YIVO, over 70%, that's the orange there, were published in Israel. About 20% in the US, 4% in Argentina, and then a negligible number elsewhere. Now, this has obvious repercussions on language. That is, most of the books were published in Israel, where the language spoken is in Hebrew, and they are primarily in Hebrew. They usually have a good large section in Yiddish also for the people who aren't living in Israel but who are from that same community so that they could understand it. And sometimes there's a short section in English also, just a quick summary. The books published elsewhere, say in Argentina, for example, or in New York, tend much more to be in Yiddish entirely. Then if you look at the second chart, which is by decade, it's obvious that most of these books were coming out in the 60s and 70s. So these are precisely the sort of generalizations that I usually offer when I'm talking about YIVO, because I'm basing myself on this overall collection, which is made up mostly of Polish books. But when we look at Baltic books, we come to some different possible conclusions. Before I get to those conclusions, I just want to begin by excluding Vilna. I've been thinking, sorry, but I think that Vilna is a topic of its own for a number of reasons. It's such an important community. It's historically the most important community, really the emblematic one of Baltic Jewry, and it has been the subject of so many books. And in fact, if you look at just the dates here, you can see that there's more books published before the war than after the war. So for Vilna, it's a continuous project of memorializing in certain ways and of writing about that community. Cecile Kuznets, who's written about this, I want to quote her here, and she's writing about the post-First World War surge of interest in writing about Vilna. So I quote, "In the interwar period, Vilna Jews' concern with both preserving their history and building their future led to efforts to protect the physical evidence of the city's buildings and byways. Yet it manifested itself in other ways too, as cultural activists sought to preserve the historical record on the printed page as well as on the Jewish street. These years saw the flourishing of a new type of historical writing, that often focused on the city itself. So this list isn't even complete, but it just gives us a sense, and it's why I want to treat Vilna as a separate category. So this slide provides a list, and I realize now that it's far too small, and I apologize for that. And anyway, it's also not complete. This is a work in progress. But these are Yiskerbücher devoted to Baltic Jewish communities. The first item of note is that the list is not very long. If we think back to that map of Polish examples, this is really just a handful in comparison to the number about Polish Jewish communities. Obviously, there were more Jews in Poland before the war, but percentage-wise, this is still a relatively small number. Additionally, if you look at the information that I've summarized on the side there, we can see that even statistically speaking, there's some differences with the Polish books. So for example, the books are coming out earlier. It's in the 1950s that we see more books about Baltic Jewry rather than in the 70s and the 60s. Also, the place of publication is a little different how it plays out. Certainly more of them are coming out in Israel, but for example, there's as many from South Africa as the United States. So it's a little bit of a different profile there for where these books, where and how and when these books are coming out. The other factor that interests me about them when we look at this specific list, and I provided asterisks on the side, is just how many of them are not about single communities, but are about larger regions. So all of these books with asterisks, and I see they don't entirely line up. Something was lost here, but all of those books are about a greater region rather than a single community. And as I said, that was sometimes the case in Poland as well, but not to this degree. It's much more common for the Baltic books that they're about a larger area. So, thinking about why that is. And this begins early on with khurbn Letland, which Markus spoke about also, and it continues, if we look back, all the way up to almost the present with preserving our Litvak heritage in English. So this is a common theme of these wider books. So why is that? And I should say first, I should just mention that again, it's not 100%. There's plenty of single community books also, and maybe there's going to be more of them, as we learned last night, if we want to include those later books in this category. And of course, there are Polish examples of wider books also. In fact, what might be considered the very first Yiskerbuch, published in 1943 in New York, is about, the Black Book of Polish Jewry is about all of Poland. But given this trend, I wanted to think about why. And the first possible reason is just numbers, just the small numbers of Jews from Baltic countries who survived, that maybe there just weren't enough of them to collectively produce these volumes about their hometowns. So that's a practical reason. But then there's also maybe a more ideological or philosophical reason, is possibly a stronger identity around being Litvaks, around being Jews from this larger area rather than only being from their town. Writing about Lithuanian Jews in particular, Hanna Polin-Galai has chronicled the way that victims and survivors of the Holocaust built networks of others of similar backgrounds, based on an expansive understanding of the Yiddish term eigene, meaning our own people. And she writes in her book about post-war testimonies, based on post-war testimonies, that during the war and after the war, Lithuanian Jews found community first with family, second with people from their own communities, but thirdly with people from the region. So this more sweeping definition of eigene allowed them to still feel at home, to find people like them. And it's plausible that this extends into the Yizgerbücher as well. So in order to try and look at this question, I looked at the introductions of a number of these texts to see if they would explain themselves. Do they talk about why they chose that particular topic? So if we begin with the first one, the first collective Jewish memorial book of Baltic Jewry, this one being about Latvia in particular, the editor, Max Kaufmann, his answer, which we have here, insofar as it is an answer, is to a great degree about representation. So he's writing in 1947, by the way, so it's very early, and yet he still has a sense here that if he doesn't write about Latvian Jews, no one is going to do it. That, and he himself was in the Riga ghetto and then was deported and was in several camps in Germany. So he could have written just about his own experiences or others in the Riga ghetto, but he decided to write this larger book. The world still knows little about the fate of us Latvian Jews, he writes. So that's one possible answer. Looking to some of these other collective memorial books and some of the ways that they do and don't respond to this question that I'm trying to get at here about the decision to write these broader books. So Rabbi Ephraim Oshry conducted interviews in order to write his book, which is Khurbn Lita, which he wrote soon after arriving in New York in 1951, but he'd been collecting the material already before that. Oshry doesn't directly address his decision to write about Lithuanian Jews as a whole, but his introduction makes it appear obvious to him. In fact, he's only sorry that he couldn't do more. He writes here, "I was not able to include every shtetl in my book. Due to technical and financial matters, with God's help, I will repair this oversight in a second book about the destruction of Jewish Lithuania." So for him, it's an ongoing project, and it's the weight is on him to continue to write about this. And in fact, he wrote also later in his life that he sort of deferred his rabbinic writing in order to write this memorial, commemorative work, even though as a rabbi that would seem to be more important for him, historically speaking, religiously speaking, but this became his mission and his project. Raya Katznellenbogen was one of the editors of the book called Lita, which also came out in 1951 in New York. And he writes here, what I think is interesting about the way that he frames it is it appears that there's Lithuanian Jews and then there's European Jews. There's these two categories. So Lithuanian Jewish community it's his job. There's this memory to write about, like other communities elsewhere in Europe. So again, it's this sense of, to me, reading it at least, and they don't write about this directly, but this sense that this is his job. He needs to write about Lithuanian Jewry as a whole, not just about his own community or his own experience. If we move forward a little, Sefer Zikaron Les Rim V'Shalosh Kihilot Ve'ezor Tzfentzian is published in 1965 in Israel. As the title suggests, it's about 23 communities all around the region of Tzfentzian in Lithuania. And here again, if you look at the titles of many of the Polish books, they'll say the main town and the region around it. But what that usually means in those cases is that the whole book is about that main town, and then there might be 2 or 3 short testimonies, essays, poems about other places in the region. But this book is really divided into different sections. Every one of these 23 towns has its own section. And some of these are tiny places. They're not towns, they're villages, but each of them is recognized and included in this book in a different way. What's interesting about this one to me is that Shimon Kantz, who was the editor, he was sort of a professional editor of Yizgerbücher. So he edited quite a few Polish ones. And so, And yet, and there's many ways in which these books, if you look back at them, they appear somewhat formulaic. They all have the same sections. They're in some ways written in the same manner, even though there are differences also. But what's clear here is that he is capable, as an editor, of following the wishes of the people, of the community. They asked him to write this different type of book with a very different format, and he went ahead and did so. And he writes about this need to perpetuate the memory of Latvia and Jewry. Oh no, wrong one, sorry. Of concentrating all of the energy, and he's writing about one of the people in the book committee here, of this whole region, and that originally it was supposed to be even a wider region, but that didn't work out. So this was a compromise already, just to write about these 23 communities. The memorial book for the Jews of Latvia came out in Hebrew in 1952. It was also published in Yiddish, and then there was an English version in 1971. So this one is interesting because there's a number of different introductions written at different time periods where they're talking about why and how they did this project. The original version in Hebrew just says to perpetuate the memory of Latvia and Jewry through its history and life. So again, this sort of representation. We need to be able to write about and remember Latvia and Jewry. The English version is written, sort of a generation later, and in many ways, because it was in English, is focused on a different generation. They're already thinking about their children being able to have access to this information. And so the editor, who is a British Jew by this point, of the English version, is writing about that the descendants don't know anything about their own communities. And that's, for him, what the point is here. It's not so much for the wider world, but for the descendants of Latvia and Jewry to be able to understand their own history and roots. So the purpose of this volume is to describe the history of Latvia and Jewry, a story of creativity, struggle, suffering, destruction during World War II. Let the remnant of a great community learn something about their ancestry. So this is all to say that, on the whole, they don't answer my question directly. That is, they're not interested in the question that I'm interested. They're not writing about why they made this decision, but nonetheless, I hope that I can make some, at least preliminary conclusions. So first of all, to return to that original sort of triumvirate of defining categories there, if we want to think about Baltic books, we might expand from being communal to being collective, that not all of these books, and in fact a large portion of them, are about a larger area. Also, of course, as I discussed before, the fact that not as many of them are published in Israel, that many of them come out earlier, and this collective action. It's also worth pointing out here, that this collectivity has its limits also. There are certain communities that are left out, certain ones that get more attention. In these wider books, in these khurbn lita type of books, of course, Vilna is going to be half the book in many cases. And we also haven't been talking about Estonia here, but that, given the numbers of Jews there, that's not entirely surprising. But I return to this, this sense of communal identity and the ways in which it still exists, that Jewish Gen is continuing to put out volumes of preserving our Litvak heritage, which are marketed at English-speaking North American and other Jews who have a sense of themselves as being from this region, and that's important to them in many ways more so possibly than their local identities and backgrounds. And I guess the last point to make then is, and I don't have an answer to this, but just kind of why that is and what it tells us about, both about Litvak Jewry, but also about this project of memorializing and how it helps us to look at the Polish examples and see them not as kind of the obvious outcome of memorial activity, but a particular choice, because that's also a choice, to treat each community. I mean, if we started with Baltic Jewry, we would be asking the other question, which is, why do the Polish Jews not have an identity of themselves as Polish Jews, but they only care about the little town that they're from? So I think this is helpful in terms of thinking of the genre and how it has developed. And I'm interested in further conversation about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eliyana. And yes, and we start our discussion.
My question is really simple. I'm really interested in the tension between history and memory in these volumes, right? So on the one hand, this is really about memory, right, about parish communities. But the people who put this together, of course, don't want to include things that clearly didn't happen. Or, I mean, there's always this tension between emotion and sort of narratives and legends, and you can include a legend as a legend, but in a sense, I think there's that underlying tension, right? And I sort of wonder how that plays out in different of these books.
Good, thanks. Yeah, I think, I mean, that's very real, yes, the history and memory issue. I think it depends partly on the sections of the books. The pre-war section, particularly the sort of describing home life, of course they're very nostalgic. And there's all these beautiful stories and recipes, and this is what Shabbos was like. And, you know, that's part of their experience, but it's also looking back at a world that's gone. I would say that is not true of the Holocaust sections. Now, numbers. You can't expect people in the middle of, you know, a killing action to know how many people were there or to know which uniforms the Germans were wearing. But in terms of what happened, they're very clear. And exactly where it happened, exactly who was involved, naming names of local collaborators, of exactly who was killed in the community and in what way. Some of that is the best information that we have. So I would say yes, we, you know, like any other source, we have to treat them carefully, but there's a lot there that's of great use to historians.
Thank you so much, Elena. It's very interesting. I wanted to comment. First of all, to continue this picture, Museum of Jewish Heritage in New York, where Jewish Gen today settle, they're not only translating, they're also publishing new memorial books. So the project is continuous. I was thinking about in terms of numbers of books, and you told, of course you're right, that the majority of Lithuanian, for example, Jews were killed, but I was thinking also that those who didn't immigrate and came back, being in Soviet Union, they could not publish such books. Maybe this is also one of the reasons. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think not only couldn't they leave, but it was also harder to be in contact with them. One of the things that I'm seeing now that I'm looking at the files of the Landsmannschaften, of the groups that put together the Polish books, is that on the one hand, they say often in the introduction to these books, it's lost, there's nothing, there's no one, we can never go back. On the other hand, they're writing letters every week to Jews in Poland and saying, we need these documents for the book, can you find them for us? So there's more communication is possible, and I think that's less true for, say, Lithuanian Jews, that it's not as easy for them to be in touch, to write to archives, to be visiting also.
Maybe not so much a question, but a few considerations for our discussion. I've noticed that we have quite a lot of time. I think the problem with Latvian books, why we have very few of them, is that Latvia almost did not have any tradition of history research before the Second World War. So basically the last fundamental book on Latvian Jewish history was written in 1908. So, and then there was a gap, yeah, so the same book was translated in 28, but there were no historians, no researchers, and this 1953 book that you mentioned, Yahadut Latvia, it was published by the Association of Latvian and Estonian Jews in Israel, based very much on their archives. So these were not the survivors, but these were people who came to land of Israel in 1930s. Yeah, and I guess some of the representatives of the association are actually watching us online. So that's why there were so few books. And also this book about the Yahadut Latvia is not really a history of Jews of Latvia, but this is more collection of memoirs similar to many other books about very different aspects, including very small ones, like one particular small organization, one Krankenkasse, this clinics and so on. And when in 1971 they were kind of publishing in English the book called Jews in Latvia, they would omit, I think, about half of the articles because they considered it not important, but they would write kind of broad analytical articles about different aspects. So still they would mention a lot of people and a lot of organizations, but this would not be anymore a collection of kind of personal memoirs related to people's experience, but they would try to present it in a coherent, respectful, decent manner, because I think this idea of almost German-like, decency was very prevalent in them, that things should be presented in an orderly manner, not in Yiddish manner, not nostalgic, not sentimental. And also I would, in this sense, I would exclude from your list. You mentioned the book by Ehrlich about Dankere, Gosteņi, which is a collection of stories about types of people, but I think the same as another book by Judel Flior, Dvinsk, Rise and Decline of the Town. It mostly relates to pre-World War I. And it's not kind of, so we understand that Holocaust had some impact on writing these books about nostalgic childhood memories, but it would have, in my opinion, more similarity with books like the Vilna books that you mentioned, written before 1941, or Yeheskel Kotek's memoirs, or all the kind of memoirs about childhood. So rather than an attempt to present what is salvageable about the heritage of the town. So these are just comments. I would be glad if others we could discuss that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's an important point, but it also, like the other points, it can sort of reflect backward on the Polish model in order to say, sort of, why is that these, it was true, it was hard to put that list together because I had to expand in some ways my definition, because for the Polish books, I really only want those created by a Landsmannschaft and about a town. And about the whole period. But you're right, for that list I had to include some books that were only about the war period and some books that were only about the pre-war period. But again, that therefore begs the question of why it has become normative for what a Yisker book has to be about the whole 20th century or going back before that, and why these other books maybe don't count, shouldn't count, or maybe they should. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. My first question connects to the discussion you were just having. So, I mean, there are obviously these differences between the Polish and the Baltic books when it comes to style, to region or communal versus collective. Are there also differences in what they really wanted to write about, like the topics did they write about different things, or was it just about commemoration and it was very similar in that? And another question all the editors on your list were male editors, I think. Were there also any female editors? Well, authors probably. I mean, there probably were some testimonies written by women, but was it a whole male thing?
Yeah, good questions. The topic one, that's interesting, and I probably have to think about that more, but just off the top of my head, I would say the Polish books spent a lot of time on politics, meaning communal, like every single Zionist youth group gets, its own 2 pages, and that's less the case. And every single school system and all the different, and then sometimes the communists are left out, sometimes they're put in, but that's much more central, and I see that a little less in the Baltic ones. Some of the, Lita, which is this huge, massive book, is very literary. A lot of, it's written by some great authors, and they're writing more sort of generally about this sort of beautiful picture of the past, and less specifically about each different group and what the water carrier looked like and that sort of thing. But I'll think more about that. Yeah, this is a male project to a great degree. Many of the books have an editorial committee, and not surprisingly, the secretary is usually somebody's wife. So there are women who are a little bit involved. There's one early book, one of these books from the 40s that was actually edited by a woman, but it's very, very rare. But with the Polish books, this is more the case than with the Baltic books, because everyone was encouraged to contribute, because it really was this communal, collaborative project. The quality of the writing is not very high. The expectations that people weren't writers, and so a lot of people were contributing their memories and their experiences, and they were everyone. They were lots of different people. So there are many women writers who maybe that was the only thing they ever wrote, except letters, in their lives. But they mostly weren't in the editing position. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you have any particular idea about the periodization of those collective memorial books about the Baltic Jewry? And second of all, did you find yourself being trapped in some sort of a kind of problem of seeing this story, Baltic story, overrepresented by the story of Lithuanian Jews? Because I assume that it would be very difficult to find something about Estonian Jews, because there was a really small community of Estonian Jews, and just few survived. Thank you.
So to answer your second question first, absolutely, that Lithuania is overrepresented, and but in some ways, again, like using the comparative framework here, that makes some sense. Whereas, in the Polish example, there's 3 books written about this little town in northwestern Poland that nobody knows anything about or is interested in. That in some ways it makes sense that the larger communities, the more historical ones, are going to get more attention, but when it becomes a much more sort of community by community project, it looks different from that. To your other question about periodization, I'm definitely still working on that. But I do think it's significant that there are these very early efforts that right away, the war ends and people begin collecting this material and writing these books, and then that energy and effort is a little different, again, from the Polish case, where it feels like people need to, feed their families and find homes, and that it's more once they get settled and have jobs and have homes that they really commit to this commemorative project. So it's interesting to think about why that is, and also in terms of content. What happens when you write these earlier? Is it more raw? Is it more nostalgic? Is it less so? What gets included and excluded? And that's definitely something I'm still working on.
Thank you, Eliyana. It is so much material for thought because it's also a topic I'm interested in my own research. So there are several reflections that I would just like to know your opinion on more than questions. First of all, as the idea of memorial books is dated to the end of the First World War, of course there was not such a corpus of them, but there was several, so I would say that this gave a template, some template to what what Jiskerbuch is. And I would say that an Jiskerbuch and a memorial book there is a distinction. So I wonder if those collective works like Yahudut Lita, which is not one, several such collections with the same name, and even Lita is not one, but 2 volumes divided in time, and Yahudut Latvia, shouldn't they be considered as subgenre or something? And this is not because I'm so much interested, in definitions, but in approach. How do you work with that? This is one. I don't have an answer, and this is not a question. It's just that I'm interested in. Have you thought about that? Think about that. And another thing is about Vilna and Kovna. My impression was that since all those books, even about the small communities, are really a collective work, and there is an editorial board, and we do know that for some of those volumes there were hard discussions about content and about approach and about things. My impression was that Vilna and Kovna were just too huge a topic for consensus. But I don't really know, because all those books on Vilna, pre-war, post-war, are much easier united in a corpus than you would say there is a memorial book for Vilna. Even later on is not that, it's something different. So what do you think? Was it just too much of an effort to present such a book? Was it too much of a responsibility? Thank you.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That maybe the genre is more suited to smaller local studies. That it's harder to actually write about a community that has so many people and so many different aspects and parts to it. And in fact, the larger cities in Poland also, those are not the most paradigmatic of the books. It's a lot of times the smaller ones are the ones that really manage. So that's a great point, and I'm going to continue to think about that. The templates, where these come from, is something I'm writing about, I'm thinking about, I'm doing work on now, and for sure, these books about Vilna are one aspect of that. The pogrom books are another aspect of that. The pogrom books, for example, don't tend to write about the community beforehand. They're really about what just happened. So that's different in terms of those ones. And you're right that memorial book is not a perfect translation and is in many ways a much more broad category than what a Jiskerbuch is. And what to call them is actually, I'm in a group of people who are working on different aspects of Jiskerbucher now, and we spent a lot of time talking about how to refer to the genre. And it's the first book that I know of that uses, that's a modern book, not talking about religious books, that uses the word Yizkor in the title is actually a 1911 book about a massacre of Jews in Palestine. So it's in Hebrew, and it's a very different type of book in many ways, but that title sort of gets pulled into the pogrom books and then becomes what people use. And an Israeli scholar has recently argued in writing that actually we should refer to this whole genre as Sifrei Zikaron because most of them were written in Hebrew. Forget that Yiddish, that we just got stuck with that idea because that started first, but really it's much more common for them to be in Hebrew. I don't agree with him. I think that where they come from matters, but I do appreciate your point that it's not a correspondence one-to-one and that I should think about how I use the term in English as a translation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Eliyana. It's a continuation of the Lara's question. If we describe it as collective book, we don't need to include Kaufman, for example. Yes, Kaufman about Lapland. It's a book written by one person. Why we include, for example, Kaufman? We don't include Sutsky, where we talk only about the Second World War. Yes, no one thinks that Sutsky is Iskerbuch. Yes, but what's the definition? What's the similar between, for example, between Kaufman and Sutskever, and what is different, and why we include one and second exclude from this list? And again, the Iskerbich before the war, for example, very important for Iskerbich, for memorial books is a list of victims. And there are books about Zhytomyr pogrom, books about Proskurov pogroms, the same form. They wrote a little about the event and the list of why it was Iskerbich. It was a memorial book. What's the difference in the definition?
All of this is sort of on a spectrum, right? There's not, a lot of these books fall in between these categories. What I think is the case is that even these early books that are single author are based on talking to a lot of people, sometimes formal interviews and sometimes more just collecting stories along the way. And what I was so interested in about Markus's paper is understanding that Josef Gar, who wrote this early book about Kaunas, was probably using the materials that Israel Kaplan was collecting, that there was this, even though his name is on it, that it comes from certainly lots of different people. But it's a question of if it still sort of counts as a category, or to use Laura's point, sort of a subgenre. That should they be in? Should I divide them up in different ways? And your point is very good. The necrology, the list of names, is in some ways the most sort of the core element of these books. Certainly, from a religious perspective, when we use Yizkor in the title, we're referring to these lists of the dead that get repeated and are part of remembering who was part of that community. And in the early books, these ones from the 1940s, those are often really prominent and they take up most of the book, and it really feels like that is the main point. But as they get more and more elaborate over the years, that becomes it's still there, it's always there, but it gets deeper and deeper into the book, and there's so much more to them. But it is, if I were to use that as a definitional category, then something like Lita wouldn't belong there because it doesn't have the necrology. Yeah.
To continue this inspiring thought discussion, a comment from a non-Jew, from a bit from outside, from me. Because it's, you have this collective works. Joseph Gar is almost an exception with focusing on Kaunas, right? So you have this collective efforts, so you have Litte in 51. You have Lit Volume 2 in 64. Then you have Yad Vashem twice. In the 70s, Yahadut Lita. In 4 huge volumes, and they start in the Stone Age. Yeah? And the volume 4 is then on the Shoah. Yeah? And that is a collection of single, where you go through all the single towns. And then this whole thing is repeated in Pinkas HaKehilot. Yeah? And Rosin is a translation of the articles of Pinkas HaKehilot. Yeah? So, and it's always about the communities. And Vilna is separate. Pinkas HaKehilot, you don't find, Pinkas HaKehilot Elita, you don't find Vilna and Vilna region in there. It's separate. Yeah? Huh? It's in Polish, yes. And also you don't find reference to Jews of Latvia. You don't find something like Baltic Jews. In their self-understanding, it would feel strange. Yeah? I don't actually know. I don't know why. Yeah? I don't. But that's an observation. So it's clearly different from what's going on in Poland. So and it must be linked somehow to Litvak, Lite, something. Yeah. Belarus is more included in the Vilna stuff actually, even though it's Lite and Litvaks, but it's more there. So I don't know. I just wanted to add to the discussion, which I find very interesting.
Yeah, I think that's an important point that sort of historically, Jewishly speaking, Lita means Baltic. But after the war, it comes to mean more Lithuania, or maybe already pre-war it begins to. But it's sort of how that category gets defined is part of thinking about this also.
Yeah, so a bit continuing to what Christoph said, actually I think some of the Lithuanian memorial books, they accidentally include also communities in Latvia, like I think the Lita has a big entry by Boruch Rivkin on Kruspils and Daugavpils, and one of the books on Rokiškis includes also Subata, which is on the Latvian side of the border. So they still have this kind of emotional feeling, what is their Lita, what is their region, and it's a place where I go, it's a place where I commute, it's a place, you know, from where my wife comes. So I think they still have a bit of that thinking. But I actually wanted to defend the term memorial book to our previous discussion, because maybe their idea is in the same manner as like old memorial books since, I don't know, 14th century listed the people for whom the prayer should be said. Who were victims of violence. The same here, instead of people, are perceived structures and institutions and the whole life in general. Because I mean, if we look of these 1920s books about pogroms and so on, of course they're very, very tragic, and some of them have actually the word khurbn in them, like khurbn dubove. But they're not writing that our entire community has been wiped out. They're discussing the loss of people, but the town lives on, the community lives on. While here, they describe the entire destruction of the community, and they try to kind of, I don't know, zoom out a little bit and to have kind of a general overview. And I think they feel that they really continue this tradition. Yeah, but just instead of list of people, they have also lists of institutions. Yeah, and after all, you also have quite often their entries on people, and then, article rabbis, and then people would be listed and so on. So they still have a lot of people. For them, it's important to mention these people. But I think their logic is that the scope of our tragedy pressures us to zoom out. Yeah. So I think it's a legitimate term, memorial book in this sense.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very good point. I would just I would say, interestingly, from my reading, the pogrom books do say everything was destroyed, even though from our perspective that wasn't the case, and people did go back there. But if you go back and read the introductions to those books, they'll say, this community of 500 years is dissipated, is gone, has been destroyed. And that, which is, in terms of your point about tradition, is of course the same thing that the chronicles of 1648 also say that, even though we know that those communities went on also, but that's definitely part of the sort of discourse of these books.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Eliyana, for this long discussion. And now I give the floor to Maria Kaspina, and of course I can speak about Maria without paper, but we keep the order. Okay. Maria Kaspina worked as a lecturer at the Center for Biblical and Jewish Studies, Russian State University for Humanities, and as Deputy Academic Director of the Museum of Jewish History in Russia until 2022. She is engaged in the study of Jewish folk religion and culture, oral history, Jewish folklore, and ethnography. In March 2022, she moved to Israel and now works as an archivist at the Central Archives for the history of the Jewish people in Jerusalem. She also collects interviews with Holocaust survivors for Yad Vashem. She is the author of numerous articles and a co-author and co-editor of the recently published collective monograph, Soviet Tzaddik, Stories about the Ribnitzer Rebbe from the Dniester to the Hudson.
Thank you. I'm going to present here research that I recently started, and I'm based on the interviews I've collected for Yad Vashem with the respondents, which are now older than 90s, and they recollect the memories about Holocaust events. So I'm trying as a research to not to put aside the question of historical truth and what we are collecting actually, but I'm trying to find out what can I do with these testimonies as a researcher of folklore and ethnography. So I'm trying to study the narrative patterns and the ways of memorialization, and this is what I would like to show in this presentation. I'm based on some methodology which is already done by people who looked through the folk motifs, folklore, folk tales in the narrative of the Holocaust survivors, and I'm based on several articles I put here, most of them speaking that narrative structures of fairy tales in the retelling of Holocaust stories give legitimate forms to the understanding of horrors that occurred at the times and serve as a tool for liberation and redemption. They speak about the ways of living through the traumatic experience, that narrative helps to live through the trauma, and that the faith and miracle events and essential foundations for regarding control of the situation they give the people who speak about this. The survival quest, the stories of the heroes who crosses to another reality, to another space of death and then come again backwards to the life. This is helpful tools for the people who explain their stories, and they're interesting tools for the researcher. I'm looking to the folklore not as songs and some proverbs, but as a stereotype narrative that repeats both in the framework of a longitudinal study of one witness's narratives over decades, for example, and among the different independent testimonies. The reason for interviewing the same person several times and during his life is very important tool also for realizing how it changes, what happened stable, what repeats all the time, and which differentiation we can compare. My younger colleagues from Moscow, Ekaterina Zakrevskaya and Sergei Belyanin, are now writing a book about how history became folklore. And they are also looking for folklorization mechanism of war and Holocaust stories. And they are trying to do a list of motives. So I'm also trying to make such an effort with my materials, and I will try to show what I've done. I choose a case study, a very interesting and impressive interview I took with the woman Inna Friedman. Now she's Inna Michelson. She was born in Riga in 1931 and lost all of her relatives in the Holocaust, but survived. And as a source, I use three materials. The first one, it's an interview conducted by Yad Vashem in 1990. So it's more or less early interview. We have only audio recordings of this, and it was conducted in Russian. The second source is the book that Inna wrote herself, and it was published in the Association of Latvian and Estonian Jews in Israel. And this is a book of memoirs, little bit edited by Ella Barkan. This is in Hebrew. It's 176 pages. It has topics and pictures and photos. And it's really very impressive and very interesting. And it's only 10 or 15 copies. It's just very small amount of copies of this book, so I have to travel to this archive, for example, to read it. And the third one is the interview I conducted myself during the walk in Yad Vashem on the February of 2023 with Inna. And it was very interesting and very impressive. And then I heard that there is a conference on Baltic Jewry. I remembered this interview very brightly and decided to make this talk. So she's really, really very interesting woman. This is a short biography. She was born in Riga, in Ganus II, and these are the windows of her apartment on this picture. It was a very wealthy family. They had a piano of Schroeder. They have elegant furniture, numerous pictures decorated the home. They have even the picture of Brylov, Versavia. She's remembering about it. And her father graduated from University of Brussels. He spoke French and was involved in international business. Her mother graduated from the conservatory and sang in the opera. And she looked like a German or Latvian woman, and it's a very important part of her narration and her survival story. This is the picture of her mother with an elegant hat and fur coat and jewelry and so on. And Inna went to French Latvian Lyceum and School for Intelligentsia. She spent summers in Jūrmala, in the dacha. She spoke at home three languages, German, Latvian, and Russian with her nanny. Then Germans arrived. Only one of Inna's mother's sister, Aunt Fania, managed to evacuate with her husband. Other relatives believed it would be even worse in Russia. It will be arrests and Siberia and all this. And the Latvian fascist organization Perkenkrust, collaborators with Germans, arrested and executed Inna's parental family, including her grandmother, grandfather, and aunt. And sometime after the German arrived, it happened. And only her cousin, Mark Israeli, the son of her father's sister, survived. Then the ghetto was established. All other relatives from her mother's and father's side were sent there. But Inna's mother decided to seek documents proving they were not Jewish and refused to wear the yellow star and to move into the ghetto. They returned to their apartment and lived in constant fear of being denounced. The mother succeeds. She finds the false documents that she's an adopted daughter of her father's friend. She went to the town Valka on the border with Estonia and convinced her father's friends, Christian doctor, to say that she's her daughter. This allowed them to live in Latvia, in Riga, till March 42. Then there was actions in ghetto and all other relatives were persecuted. In March 42, her father was arrested, and in October 42, her mother and she was arrested also. And because of her mother repeated the story of this adoption, she was not persecuted, but Inna itself was sent to the orphanage, Latvian orphanage. There she was lived the last years, and the director of the orphanage, Emil Reisnes, this is his picture, was a rescuer because he knew exactly who Inna was. He received her original birth certificate, but he hid it and let her live, allow her to live in the orphanage and work for his family, kept her from going to school. She didn't go to school during this orphanage during the war, where documents would be checked, and this protected her from the possible inspections. And after the war, her Aunt Fanny came back and take her home, and since 1971, Inna lives in Israel. This is her birth certificate, and it's very important for her. It repeats in old stories that although the director knew that she was Jewish, they pretend that she was German or Latvian, or nobody knew what else, and this helps her to live. I make a comparison, and it's very complicated to see here because it's long and the interviews are long and so on. And I couldn't make a linguistical analysis because first interview is Russian and the second and third are Hebrew. She refused to talk to me in Russian because she said that her grandchildren and grandchildren are not speaking this language, and she's interested to present the interview in Hebrew. So I did this, and we conducted the interview in Hebrew. So the linguistic details are very, very interesting, but unfortunately I can speak now only about the motives and plots, and we may see what are very, very important for her in this narration. And she repeatedly spoke, and even the orders of the narrative is more or less similar in all three storytelling. But there are some differences also. For example, she spoke about the decision not to evacuate. The brothers of the father say, why to run from the civilization to barbarians? From Latvia to Russia, who expelled many of our people to Siberia. That changes our fortunes, she said, this decision. And second time in the book she wrote, why? The family grew up in German culture, the spoken language is German, why to run to Asians, to Russia? Who could have predicted what would happen in a matter of hours? So the important event of decision, fatal decision, evacuate or not, is considered by her in the terms of culture and barbarians, Europe and Asia, Germans and Russians. So it's very important to my mind. And there are some differences in the narrations. For example, she still remember the knock to the door, which was for only for the friends, and she described it usually how they lived in this horror and fear during the occupation, and they were Jews, but it was not allowed to be such a person. And in the book, she describes exactly what was the knock, once, twice, 3 times. And some other small details. As with the story of the survivors, it's a success story. Yes, they managed to survive. And there are interesting triple narrative patterns, like in the very folklorized narrative. There is a rescuing theme of survival and success, and she recounts how she managed to escape danger multiple times, first, second, and third. And she constantly repeats that a day or another was her another birthday. And similarly, her mother repeatedly saved her cousin Marek from danger several times. And the director of orphanage 3 times rescued Inna. First, he refused to let her to school, and then he twice refused to evacuate the children to Germany. And the orphanage traveled from one orphanage to another inside the Riga, because if they will go to Germany on the ship, on the boat, they will check the documents, and so Inna wouldn't be in the life. A very folklore motif of miracles and the path of her life is repeatedly, we can meet it repeatedly. As they say, it was God's will that I was in the orphanage of number 3. If it would be number 2 or number 1, I would be dead. She said in the book that I am a believer woman, so perhaps there is someone who is watching over me. We were liberated, and I couldn't openly rejoice because Latvians don't want any Soviet back. But for me, it was a miracle from heaven. So she understood that she was alone in her, even not only sorrow, but in her joy. And there are several stories about the miraculously recovering several items that had been stolen or lost from their family, including belongings from her parents and grandfathers, and also it's repeatedly told as a miracle. There is a very interesting note about emotions describes. When she describes the event that she knows about the actions and all other things, it's just a narration. But then she describes her own experience. It's a lot of emotions. She always say what she feels, what she senses, how she was feared that they are going to shoot her, and also the feeling. For example, and then she was in her grandparents' house there in the beginning of August or in the end of July. She speaks about this story. She came to her grandparents, to mother and father of her father, and Latvians came. It was a commandant hour, and he couldn't move. And Latvians said that they should give them the flat tomorrow at 12 o'clock. And tomorrow at 9 o'clock, she was feeling an anxiety and worry and decided not to stay in this apartment. And she, with her brother, cousin Marek, went out. And during this time, the Latvians come back earlier, and the relatives were shot. So this feeling of worry, anxiety, predictions, or something that saved her for the first time, and she's speaking about this feeling. I had the feeling like a small animals, that I needed to leave the apartment. I insisted that my brother go outside with me to play with the ball, and he finally agrees. And this is repeated. Another feeling is like a stupor, like no feelings at all. During the interrogations, they went with her. She was 11 years old, and she said, I was numb. I never eat, drink, just lying there for a day or more. I went into a stupor, didn't eat, didn't go to the bathroom, I was frozen. I didn't want anything, just that it all will end. And it's interesting, she's paying more attention to the look, how she looks like, how she and her mother looks like Latvian or German, not like Jewish. They had a head, and the clothes are German, and they have clothes and all this. Yes, I will just to show the picture. This is a picture of how he looks like, and her mother, with the coats and the hat and all this. And another very important term is contradiction between intelligent and barbarian worlds. She started in the bourgeois Latvia before the catastrophe, and then it's Gestapo, ghetto, and all these shootings. And as if from the golden age, she goes to the great loss and lack in Probst's term, and only with the help of magic and helpers does she passes through the realm of death and survivors, and there are a lot of helpers in her narratives. She underlines that her father went to prestigious institutions. She also studied in the intelligence school. They love music, opera, and ballet. She was involved also in the cultural life in the orphanage afterwards as a sign of coming back to the normal, to the normal life. She started playing the piano and all this. And this is the idea that the life was intelligent and now it's barbaric, goes to the contradiction with the fact that she twice described it very bizarre context. During the search in her apartment, a cultural German soldier played classic musical on her piano, on the piano Schroeder. Came German soldier and started to play. And she says it was a surreal scene. For her, it was a break of paradigm. So one of them played classical music on the piano. We had piano, and he played classical music, just ordinarily cultured German. So because of the barbaric events now associated with German, it's really very important. Surreal stand, she thought. And she underlines that she was in the coat and the hat, and her mother also was in a fur coat, that she lived to some people and should sell it for Inna, but it never happened. This is the pictures of Inna in the orphanage. She worked with all other people. And she was different. She was black-haired, and any inspections who come through the orphanage saw immediately that she was another one. And once the wife of the director said that it is our loved daughter, then one of the inspectors said, who is this strange girl in your orphanage? So it was like, once again, another birthday. She was lucky to receive the letters from her mother. Her mother lived several months in the prison, central prison of Riga, and managed to bribe some person to send the letters to Inna, and she received these letters. And she asked all the friends and Latvian and German friends to help Inna to, she knew she was in orphanage, to holiday her birthday, or all this stuff. And now in the interview to me, Inna said that she was thinking about transmitting these letters to Yad Vashem, but now she decided that she would like them to bury her when she dies. So she's not agreed, but they are copied and they are on the website and so. there is interesting motive of loneliness. She is initially the only child in the family, and later she underlines that she is the only Jewish child in Riga. She remained alone. She understands that she's alone in her family, and then she's alone as a Jew, and then she's alone as a Jew in Riga. She described herself as a child who becomes an old woman, and repeated several times. And loss of loved one and the search of comes to the search of the substitute figures, the former nanny, the family of this mother's friend who made her birthday party, and then have to stop it because one of the relatives was a Gestapo man, and she saw her immediately, and it stopped. And the former nanny and the director's family, this is the daughter name, so it's very, very important for her as finding substitute materials. In all these three interviews, there are some unique motives, which are not repeated in the other narrations. In the first one, it was obvious because there were questions. The interrogator asked questions about religious life of her family, about Yiddish, and she answered that Yiddish she embarrassed to speak because she don't see it as a language. Hebrew she knew that there are some schools, but she didn't know it. They speak German, Latvian, and Russian. It's well languages, and Yiddish was not. But her mother was very proud to speak loudly Yiddish. Then she said that her father's family was very religious and keep strict kosher, and they not, although they celebrated some holidays, and grandfather never ate with them. But they, on the other hand, on the Fridays and Saturdays, gathered with the grandfather family and used to play piano during Shabbat. On the book, she made a lot of details. The narrative is overall with much more details, and she's writing it for her relatives, and she memorized each one of them. And she, for example, named the traitor who made this arrest of her mother and her possible, and the name of the rescuer. In other stories, it's just anonymous person, and here she names him Nikolai Danilovich, and she always says that from her mother's letter it's clear that he was also summoned for interrogation and soon died from the heart attack. And there are details about how she was tried to be converted to Christianity. That mother invited priests who should learn her how to proper cross oneself, and how to sing in the choir at the orphanage during Christmas and Easter services, and all this stuff. She didn't want to talk with Yad Vashem interviewers, but this is obviously there is in the book. And the interviews with me, she said several interesting things. She spoke about memorialization of the Holocaust, how she and other people went every Sunday to make a memorial in Rumbola, and to make something to remember the Holocaust of Jews in Riga. And she said about motivation related to Aliyah to Israel, that her Latvian boss want to write her characteristic for Aliyah, and she first said that her husband has relatives in Israel and it doesn't work. And then she said, I came back to him and told the whole truth. I don't walk on the streets where I was born. I don't walk on the streets filled with blood. I haven't forgotten or forgiven. I will look for any way to live, and I will live. And he said, stay in Vienna, it will be much more for you, you know language and all this. And she said, never in my life. I was offered a very well-paid job in Germany, only Israel. And Israel is our country. It's her very important message. And she likes also to play with numbers. She said that the Riga was liberated on October 13, and it was exactly 2 years after she come to orphanage. It was the same day that it was her mother was arrested. And because of we made photos of some important items of her. She described also a story behind some items. For example, this bag is a miraculously finding. When she lived in Riga before the war, they used to go to Jurmala, and her father from Riga went every holiday to Jurmala, and he once gave her a present, a bag with initials, silver initials, when she go to school for the first time. And this bag she then find miraculously from one of the people who have stolen it, and they return it, and they just don't have any initials, silver initials, but the bag is with her. And this she's tell only for us. And another story she memorized it in her book about the reward and punishment, that during the wedding, which took place, was in the 1952, one of the Latvian came to their house and said that I have sinned. I have a sin. I have your property. I have the silverware that from your from your mother's family, and I didn't return it to you. Then you come after the war, and now I have cancer and I am dying, and this is yours. And she is a doctor, she's a medicine, and she said, okay, I will give you a number of good oncologists, and he will do an operation, and this Latvian lived and was saved. And she described it several times. So the key motives in the narrations are this property, the idea around the property is very important for her, and a lot of Holocaust survivors' narration. Robbed property, returned property, the stories about property is an important part of survival's experience. The rescue stories, rescue and survival, both personal and of others, often through a change of events, encounters, and assistance. Unexpected reunion with relatives, another very important topic. The motive was unexpectedly reunion with the family after the war or during the war. Examples include how her father found relatives with Marek, how Marek and Aunt Fania found her, how Ina found the relatives of this director. She would very, very much wanted to give them righteous among the nations title, and in the interviews of 1990 she was not succeeded, and it was a theme of grief that she couldn't find them, and then miraculously they found it and they give them and they meet, and all this also a part of the narration. Punishment of the traitors, the curse of sin, the illness of the Latvian, the death of the customer of Jerusalimsky, who cursed by Jews leaving the Soviet Union, and the punishment for collaborators, looters, and traitors. And she makes a lot of efforts in searching and gives testimonies and seeks of recognition of this righteous person and restoration of justice. An unique motive is that consistently appears across all Ina's narratives is the act of defiance or refusal to comply with orders leading to unexpected survival and success. Her mothers refused to follow Nazis' orders. She didn't wear a yellow star, didn't surround the radio, and didn't go to the ghetto, which allowed the family to survive longer under dangerous circumstances. The director defined in refusing to evacuate the orphanage to Germany. His decision not to comply with orders twice rescued the orphanage survival. And in the decision to leave her grandmother's apartment before the given hours also rescued her alive. So this repeated motive highlights the pattern of survival, the strategy, the unique yet recurrent theme in Ina's narration. So to conclude, it can be noticed that Ina's memorials prominently feature episodes relating either to horror or to hope. Special emphasis is placed on motives in miraculous salvation, divine destiny, providence, and important change, meeting any decision in life serve as mechanism for coping, resilience, and meaning-making amidst the unimaginable suffering. I would like to say that exploring folklore-like narrative structures and identifying repeated motives provide broad perspective in working the Holocaust testimonies that are temporarily distant from the events they described. This approach helps to uncover universally elements within the unique experience of human life, the characteristic of historian memorial narratives, and various ways of transmitting this memory to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we start our discussion.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask about emotions. I suppose maybe you can confirm that she gave testimony without emotions at the time of giving testimony, because actually being Holocaust survivor in Israel, inside the Holocaust discourse, I suppose she's telling the story many times during Holocaust Remembrance Day, and the story actually very well narrated, and in terms of memorialization also, she's speaking about that living in Israel. I'm wondering if it can be compared with survivors from other countries, because Holocaust discourse in Israel is so much prominent, and especially for survivors in the second generation, and their narrative about surviving hope and Zionist narrative is very much prominent. So
yes, surely,
thank you.
Of course, these motives are common, and they are repeated from one testimony to another. Just I wanted to compare it with your own description. Yes, sure.
Thank you, Maria, for the very interesting presentation. I often come across some of the descriptions about why some Jews decided to stay in Latvia, especially from those who successfully evacuated or fled from Latvia to the Soviet Union to find shelter. They often tried to describe the other reasons why they stayed, because, well, the kind of Germans were the nicest people. I've seen them during the First World War, the nicest people, and that's why we stayed. And to be honest, even in my family, there was a discussion, and when they decided to leave or stay from a small shtetl, Stjaune, right on the border with Russia. And my great-grandfather told, well, I saw Germans during the First World War, and he stayed. But at the same time, I also learned that he could barely walk. So in a way, he didn't want to be a burden to his family. So my question is, how often do you come across with this narrative? The Germans are the nicest people in the accounts of your survivors. And how stable do you think this narrative, or maybe it's just a kind of a folk style narrative to try to explain why they stay. So that's my question.
Okay. Actually, in every interview, I came across this narrative, almost in every, and in my family story also. And this is all people who saw that, say that they saw Germans during First World War, and they are cultural people. They never do something bad to the older men, and they were, yes, it was not a good strategy for survival. Although several times, yes, it worked, but very, very complicated ways. I think that, yes, a folklore motive, but it's, yes, an idea that was very, very popular in the families, and they repeat it constantly, not knowing about each other, like a folklore motives goes, but it was repeatedly transmitted.
Just a small comment. Actually, there's an article about the motivation of Latvian Jews, how they made choices to escape or not to escape, by Dīdzis Bērziņš, who will be leading the after session today, and Daina Eglīte. So they use mostly the archive, the testimonies from the Spielberg archives, and so they extensively analyze what people tell. But I think also this very important motive that appeared in also in Ina's testimony, and I had privilege also to interview her, but unfortunately I did not record our talk. The motive of that they've just deported so many of our people to Siberia, yeah, and we know that quite often, at least for the relatives, those who were deported, this was the main kind of motive not to evacuate, even if they could, because they said nothing can be worse than the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks have proven them to be not simply barbarians, you know, Fonyas and so on. That would be half of the problem, but they've just proven that they are total barbarians. They have killed so many people. Yeah, so I think this was also an important motivation. Yeah, so if it would be not a week after the deportation of June 14th, it may have been perceived differently. But here, and I mean, we have it, for example, in one of the diaries we worked with of Hanna Bloch from Valmiera and so on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the talk. I have two questions. The first is I was really struck by this description of the sound, or of the music being played, and how that created this kind of, what was the word a surreal environment. And I was wondering if there were any other accounts of sound that occurred across the testimony, any other descriptions of kind of a sonic atmosphere, and either ones that remain stable across the three different versions, or ones that kind of changed and disappeared, because this seems to have produced a very strong emotional impact, but were there other descriptions of sound that didn't have that same impact? So that's the first, sorry.
Well, in her narratives, first one in Russian, she described that just it was strange, and in the book she described that it was surreal narration. And the third story, I didn't knew about the first ones when I took an interview, so I didn't ask, and she didn't replace it.
She didn't bring it up.
It's, for her narration, very important in music. She described a lot of concerts she went before and after and during the orphanage period, and it was like a survival tool for her. This music, this culture, this, something that made her more hotter than this stunned situation.
Yeah. Part of my question, though, is there any descriptions of sound that aren't necessarily related to music, just like voices, screaming, like these kinds of... Was sound in other capacities a prominent feature of the testimony at all?
I didn't think so.
No. And then the second question I had was, I guess, I'm very convinced by your use of this folklore framework for analyzing the different aspects of the testimonies, or the different versions of the testimonies. But I was wondering if you could, maybe looking at it from the other side, comment on things that this framework may prohibit us from seeing or elide, if there's any kind of distinctions between an oral testimony and a written testimony that this kind of framework could prohibit us from seeing, or not, if you think it's just convincing.
To my mind, what she didn't want to present to the Yad Vashem interviewers was the Christian story, the story of how they pretend to be Christian, and what she did in the orphanage as a Christian girl, and how she tried to be the same as every other person. Another thing, interesting one, she described that she was so much wanted to be like others that she even wrote false diaries. She wrote diaries as every girl in the orphanage, but they were false, because she was afraid she would wrote something about her Jewish attitude. But she so much wanted to write something, so he had to falsificate her own memory. So it's really interesting experience. And now I'm thinking maybe her interviews also in some places this play. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you. Laura?
Thank you, Maria. This is a fascinating analysis, and I'm just so amazed by your, boldness of approach that you take your folkloristic expertise and your tools to the Holocaust testimonies. And I know, of course, and you said that you took much more of the interviews. Do you intend to, and this is still one interview, and I understand it is related to the topic of the conference, but do you intend to continue? Do you intend to maybe include more material and publish? Because this approach is actually, I don't know, maybe only for me, but it is rather new and I think very fruitful.
Well, thank you. I have several problems with this because I'm not choosing my informants. So I couldn't design this research as I would like. My choice of respondent depends on the Yad Vashem and what they are giving to me. I have only two Riga's interviews and one was Riga, Latvian interviews. One was from the woman who was born in Siberia because of her relatives was transmitted, and she knew a lot about Jewish story of Latvians before the war, but she was saved in Siberia, and this motives repeats. A lot of my informants are from other places with other experience, not really ghetto, or some ghetto in Transnistria, or some other evacuation and other life stories. And if I would like to do what I wanted, I wouldn't ask questions, because I would like to record the prepared narration. I don't want to ask questions to disturb the informant. Because what I am looking for is not the testimony, is how they are talking. But as a worker for Yad Vashem, I have to ask this. What was his name? And when it was, who was your uncle? Who was your, all this notion. And it spoiled the narratives, yes? So that's why I couldn't do what I wanted. And sometimes I have to ask questions because the person forgets and still don't remember what we are doing and all this. And they are 90 plus. It's a very rare occasion and they remember it quite well. Sometimes they have written memoirs. It's very interesting. I would like to compare it. I'm also, I don't know why they published them on the Proza.ru website. And I found them, a lot of them. It's very interesting to compare what they are talking there and here. And yes, I'm planning about this, but I couldn't do as I would like.
Thank you.
I'll get it to you next. Thank you. I guess also following up on the relevance of the interviewer. So you just said that you basically have the questions prepared and the information you want to get. How does it compare to the questions that were asked in the 90s interview? And how much would you say does this influence the narrative? And also I was wondering if you got because I found that argument that she wanted to do it in Hebrew, so it was for her family. Did you get a sense that she wanted to convey things specifically for her family? Were there points in the narrative that you felt like, also when talking about destiny and miracle, that there are things that are also designed by her family and what she wanted to convey?
For miracle, no, because it's repeated several times. For items, yes, because we made one very interesting thing that Yad Vashem made, it's that we have recorded the interview, and then immediately after the talk, we give the flash USB to the informant that she received the recorded narration. And that what was not in 1990s. And that is why they are interested in receiving such a testimony. And during this interview, we also, after the testimony, we make pictures of the items. And then she started to bring the items and speak about them and narrate about them. And because I was very interested in this narrative, and she decided that it's not important, we will not record it. And I say, yes, we will record it immediately. And she don't think it was useful. But I asked her.
I want to return to this discussion about the Germans and their culture, just because I also ran across a lot of in Polish Jews and their decision about flight. The very same theme comes up, and from a kind of historical point of view, I saw it as a bit of an excuse to explain this decision, but using your folkloristic, a little more literary perspective, I think it also fits in with some of what you were talking about the justice and the miracles, that it underlines the barbarity of the Germans, of course, to point out that they considered the Soviets to be the barbarians and the Asiatics, whereas clearly we all know what they're not saying, which is it's the Germans who turn out to be. And so I think that's a theme also, and a common one that's interesting in your perspective. Yeah,
it's very interesting, and she also one of the successful strategy for her family was Aunt Fania, who made an evacuation. And they collect the items and decided to evacuate, but there was only the possibility to go through the window inside the wagon, and that means that they should leave all the properties. And they decided, no, this is not the way we are doing. And Aunt Fania said yes, and as she stood, she went without anything, and she was lucky, and she survived. So she repeated a lot of time, and the property for her is very important. The items of her fathers, of course, and all this stuff. And she speak about this any time when she described the persecution. So, what was mother coat and jewelries and all this, and yes, it's the question she regrets. So.
Thank you. Have we any questions? Or we are tired, I think. And now we have a lunch break. Okay. Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you.
First, technical announcement. So we will have now our session. After that, Svetlana will distribute to you bus tickets, and we'll take a short public transport drive or travel to National Library. It's literally 4 bus stops, but it was just more convenient than walking by foot, and we were not sure about the weather. So we'll be at the National Library, we'll be greeted there. The colleagues from the National Library will show us a little bit around the building, which is interesting and new. And then at 5, we'll have the discussion about the Jewish press with participation of Eyal Miller from National Library of Israel and our own Lara representing National Library of Lithuania and colleagues from National Library of Latvia. And so, yeah, and afterwards, once again, we can mingle and so on. So it will be at the 11th floor of National Library, which is usually not accessible for regular visitors. So it's reserved for special events. So we'll be privileged. And also you can inquire about different resources in National Library. So I guess for some of you, these may be useful for your research. And so now we'll have the last session. We invited it to moderate it, Dr. Didzis Bērziņš, who is now a lecturer in the University of Latvia at the Department of Social Sciences, where he lectures the course of media communication and the Holocaust, and also Holocaust in Latvian culture. His 600 pages PhD thesis was on Holocaust in Latvia social memory, and we hope to see it published once. And so we consider him to be most appropriate as a moderator for one of the sessions. So the floor is yours to introduce our speakers.
Hello. For the final session, we have 2 presentations, and the first one is by Elena Beletckaia, who is a PhD candidate at Heidelberg University of Jewish Studies in Germany and specializing in Jewish literature. Her doctoral research focuses on Holocaust testimonies and explores the concept of home within Holocaust discourse, particularly concerning post-war migration to Eastern Europe, Israel, and the United States. Elena has participated in recognized educational programs, including PAIDEA, Yad Vashem International Holocaust School, and the International Network of Genocide Scholars. Additionally, she's an active member of the Age Judaic team, where she contributes as an editor. And for today, her presentation will be on Sentimental Echoes, the notion of home in Holocaust survivors. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Okay. Hello, everyone. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference. It's such a big honor to be here today and to be able to present my work. And before I will delve into the details of my paper presentation, I would like to slightly navigate you how I will be presenting, because this paper is actually a part of a bigger ongoing work, which is my doctoral project. And I think it is necessary to provide the context. So the first part of my presentation will be dedicated to the methodology and the context overview, and the second one will be presenting what is discussed within the paper. Home is more than just a physical space. It represents safety, people, and culture. Safety includes knowing and trusting one's surroundings, having a stable environment, and feeling secure within the community. Home and people refer to the freedom to express one's identity and build relationship. Home and culture encompass language, traditions, and the everyday practices of life. For many Jews, particularly those in Eastern Europe and the Baltic region, the Holocaust led to the loss of home, not only as a physical and material place, but also the loss of comfort, safety, family, community, and their daily life. This displacement that often followed this loss forced survivors to navigate the challenge of establishing new homes after the war, often in unfamiliar regional and cultural environments. This paper explores how Holocaust survivors from the Baltic region remembers their homes in their testimonies. It explores their experiences of displacement, their post-war resettlement, as well as their efforts to rebuild a sense of home. Specifically, the paper explores focuses on the sentimental value that Holocaust survivors attach to their memories of home, whether it's through family traditions, food, religious practices, or relationship with neighbors, anything that can evoke a deep and emotional connection to the memory of home, before, during, and after the war and the Holocaust. This paper also seeks to investigate the question of how these memories may shape survivors' post-war identities and consider whether their recollections can serve as an anchor contributing to their resilience. By examining the topic of home through the lens of the Holocaust survivors' testimonies and memories, the primary aim is to underscore the profound sentimental value of home and its power within the sentimental and identity formation, as well as its meaning within the global challenges of forced home loss and forced migration. So the focus on Holocaust survivors' experiences is utilizing audiovisual interviews and data from several digital archival libraries, including USC's Shoah Foundation, Yad Vashem Digital Collections, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and selected private sources featuring lesser-known interviews. The source selection is based on thematic criteria, testimonials that reveals Holocaust survivors' experiences and memories related to belonging, displacement, sentiments, and homemaking processes. The testimonies recorded between 1996 and 2015 offer deeper insights into the survivors' experience decades after the Holocaust. Age and gender factors are randomized to ensure a balanced perspective, and the language in which testimonies are recorded and used for the analysis are English and Russian. The testimonies that were recorded in Russian are translated and annotated into English. Within this paper, only the testimonies of the Holocaust survivors from the Baltic region are used for the demonstration and as a case study analysis. The central research question that is guiding this paper and the broader study is how is the notion of home reflected in the Holocaust discourse? To provide a deeper perspective, there are also sub-questions. How do survivors describe their pro-war homes? How do they recall their displacement period? And how do they perceive and reconstruct their post-war homes? What sensory memories, images, tasted, sounds, colors are amplified when Holocaust survivors recall their homes? What words and gestures do they use while remembering their experiences of home? Which sentimental memories of food, environment, and daily life do they carry? How do these memories connect to their identity, as well as how can they be viewed as an anchors of resilience in their narratives? In that sense, three main aspects of their sentimental memory of home are analyzed: the pre-war home memories, in between no home displacement memories, and post-war home memories. And within the methodological approach, this study adopts a mixed method approach analysis. This approach integrates several analytical methods. So the first one is the thematic analysis, which is used to identify recurring patterns and topics within the testimonies. This involves reading and watching the testimony closely and coding the data to detect themes related to the memory of home. While reviewing a Holocaust testimony, it is noted when the survivor speaks about their family life and home before the war, their relationship with neighbors, or specific cultural practices. These topics are then categorized into thematic codes such as home/memories of family, home/memories of community, and home memories of religious practices. For instance, if a survivor frequently mentioned their mother's cooking or family meals, they would be coded under home/memory of food. Narrative and discourse analysis provides insight into the narrative techniques and linguistic choices used by survivors. This analysis focuses on how survivors structure the stories and the specific language they use, paying attention to whether they're speaking in their native tongue or second language. For example, in a testimony, a survivor might use the metaphor of a lost paradise to describe their pre-war home. By examining how the metaphor is used throughout the testimony, we can understand how the survivor frames their narrative of loss and displacement. Phenomenological analysis explored the essence of what home meant to survivors at different stages of their lives. As I mentioned before, this method focuses on three key aspects: sentimental memory, the pre-war home memories, displacement memories, when they had no more home or a temporary home, and post-war memories. When analyzing pre-war home memories, the focus on survivors' detailed description of their childhood home, including the smells, sounds, and physical layout. In contrast, for displacement memories, it's analyzed how survivors describe the absence of home, such as living condition, temporary shelters, or constantly moving, highlighting the emotional impact of this instability. For post-war memories, it looks at how survivors describe their efforts to recreate a sense of home, whether through rebuilding physical structures or reestablishing community ties. To delve deeper into the emotional and sentimental aspects of the notion of home, multimodal analysis is employed also. This analysis examines not just the words spoken, but also the gestures, facial expressions, and body language of the survivors during their testimonies. While a survivor recounts a memory of their childhood home, it was also observed the body language of theirs, such as smile when mentioning a cherished family tradition, or a pause and averted gaze when recalling a traumatic event. These non-verbal cues provide additional layers of meaning, helping to understand the depth of their emotional connection to the memory of home. For instance, a survivor might unconsciously touch their chest when speaking of home, indicating a deep emotional bond. Additionally, there's a comparative analysis, which is the final method that is applied, used to explore differences and similarities in the testimonies based on the strength of sentimental attachment to the home. By comparing testimonies of survivors who were settled in different regions, I explore how the strength of their attachment to their pre-war home influenced their ability to adapt and rebuild their lives after the Holocaust. For instance, a Holocaust survivor might describe a strong attachment to their home, which might describe a strong attachment to home and a sense of identity during the displacement and post-war resettlement period, while another might focus on the loss of home and a source of ongoing trauma. Through this comparison, we can identify patterns that link the sentimental value of home to the survivor's resilience. An essential aspect of the study analysis is the application of Noah Schenker's approach to understand Holocaust testimonies. Schenker's emphasize the importance of the atmosphere and contextual factors surrounding the recording of these testimonies, as they significantly influence a survivor's ability to assess and share a deep memory, a level of recollection that provides a more comprehensive and nuanced narrative. In the process of Holocaust survivors' testimonies analysis, close attention is paid to the factors such as whether the interview was conducted in the comfort of the survivor's home or at the studio, and trying to analyze the survivor's level of comfort during that interview. If a survivor is visibly relaxed and the interview takes place in their living room surrounded by familiar objects, it can be noted, and the environment might have facilitated the recollection of the detailed and emotional memories. On the other hand, if survivors appear tense and the setting is more formal, it considers how this might have limited the depth of the memory that they're willing to share. Additionally, whether the interview's behavior, such as interrupting or guiding the conversation, also affects the survivor's ability to assess this deep memory. Now I will slightly mention the theoretical framework as well, because it's necessary for the broader context. So I do utilize two theoretical theories, which is the assimilation theory and historical trauma theory. The assimilation theory helps to explore the survivors' post-migration experiences and the impersonal process they underwent while adjusting to new cultures. And historical trauma theory provides a lens to understand the collective impact of the Holocaust survivors' loss of home, particularly the loss of home, how the loss of home has shaped survivors' identities. The research in a broader sense argues that the sentimental value of home and memories of home serves as a powerful source of strength, enabling Holocaust survivors to reconstruct their sense of belonging. Now I'm proceeding to the second part of my presentation, which will include the testimony demonstration. I will first provide a little biographical background on the testimony and read a fragment, the citation of it, and then invite you to take a look and also judge for yourself. Alexandra Orlova was born into a wealthy Jewish family in Riga, Latvia. Her pre-war home in Riga is marked by a deep sense of warmth, security, and belonging. Her story begins with a vivid portrayal of her background, emphasizing that her family was not only rich, but also highly intelligent, well-educated. She vividly described the physical and emotional landscape of her childhood, with her family, particularly her mother, at the center, and her influential father as a person who contributed to her love for history and art. The description of her pre-war home is metaphorically referred to as nest, symbolizing a nurturing and protective environment. As she sits comfortably in her home in a large and plush chair, surrounded by shelves filled with massive books on history and art, she speaks in a decent Russian, and her accent is barely noticeable. We lived in the center, in a very luxurious apartment, an 8-room apartment with all, I'm not saying amenities, but beauties. My room, it's small, maybe the same size of this room, but it's pentagonal with a fireplace, with decorations, with painted ceiling. In general, it was a wonderful atmosphere. Okay, I think it's a little bit stuck and not loaded. Shouldn't be working, not loaded. Last time it worked.
Actually, I don't know. Let's try.
Okay, sorry for the interruption, technologies. So basically, I just wanted to demonstrate how she is expressing her memory of pre-war home. She is being very expression with her hands, gestures, the timbre of her voice, which is actually also considered for the analysis. So if it's not playing, then I will proceed to the next one. So her testimony further explores the social cultural aspect with the application of the thematic and code system analysis, where home is viewed as an environment. And Alexandra also recalls her Jewish identity and the surrounding atmosphere in pre-war Riga, as well as the social division of that time. We knew that we were Jewish, we were aware of it, and no one tried to deny it or distance themselves from being Jewish. Such a thing, it was out of the question. All of my parents' friends were Jewish, always. We circulated in a Jewish environment. This was very typical for Latvia. Latvians communicated in Latvian circles, Germans in German circles, and Russian in Russian circles, end of quote. Okay, that's very sad that it cannot be demonstrated still, but again, she is very expressive. Try again with it. Not allowing to exit as well. Даже мышка не работает. Так, интернет вообще тут есть? Должен быть. Даже мышка не работает. Да, началось. Интернет. Так, закрыть, может быть, еще раз открыть? I'm sorry for that. А, нет, подожди. Так, где вы тут? Нет. Вот это. So unfortunately, technologies are not on my side today. That's okay. If somebody will be interested to see it afterwards, I can demonstrate it from my laptop, so you're invited to see also. Also, for her pre-war home memories, through the lens of religious practices and affiliation, an interesting and sentimental aspects emerge. Alexandra's reflection reveals further this distinct separation between cultural practices and religious observation within her family and her home. I had never been to a synagogue all those years. Jewish holidays, what did we celebrate? Passover, for example. On the first evening of Seder, we gathered around the table with all the necessary foods, but she pressed her lips together without any religious meaning to it. When I was little, oh, I forgot to tell you about that, we used to go, and she gestured to indicate her small size as a child, to my grandfather's house, where Seder was done according to all the rules. And I remember to this day, I stole the afikoman and did everything as expected of me. But then it all disappeared when my grandparents were no longer around. Everything faded away, and towards the end, I remember an instance when my father took the Haggadah, started reading the first two phrases, then put it aside, and she gestured as if placing a book aside, and said, "That's enough, let's have a dinner." And we had a dinner, as usual. The food was very classic, Jewish, as it should be for Seder, but there was no real meaning. And I remember, since I grew up in a German environment, I would even say my prayers in the evening, but I said, "Our Father," and I sang all the German Christmas song that I still remember to this day. That's how life went. So another segment that proceeds to her in between home memories when she had to leave Riga. So the outbreak of World War II and the growing threat from Nazis' policies toward Jews forced Alexandra's family to leave Riga and abandon their home, fleeing to Russia. In her testimony, she vividly recalls and describes this moment. "And we all boarded the ship and made it to Saratov. That's where our life during the war in Saratov began. You always need a little bit of luck and fortune on your side. This professor," referring to a friend and acquaintance of her father, "took us into his apartment. He lived at his dacha, so 3 families lived in a 3-room apartment of his. I slept in the hallway on a suitcase. I remember that vividly. He also helped my father find a job at the hospital and found us a room in the suburb of the city later, so we started to live in there. But that apartment in the suburb of the city was a difficult situation for us, especially for my mother, because that conditions were tough and the people around, they were such, well, primitive people, so she stayed at home all day. We had to fetch water from afar, but thank God there was a clean toilet in the yard. And my father saw that things could end badly for my mother, so he did everything he could to get an apartment in the center. He succeeded, and we moved into a single room about the same size as this, gestures with her hands as she is measuring the room, in the center of the city, in a 5-room apartment, and that's where we lived for the rest of the time." So a slight reference to it. As you can imagine, coming from a very wealthy, provided family, it was a very hard burden for her and for her mother to live in such a horrible condition. But it seems to me that Alexandra herself is very optimistic and remaining optimistic throughout all the phases of her home and home loss and home obtainment experience. So within the next slide, which is also cannot be displayed fully, she's describing her year in Leningrad. So following her life in Saratov, Alexandra had the opportunity to move to Leningrad to continue her studies, as she was at the very beginning of her university years. Though she lived in Leningrad for only 1 year, this brief period stands out vividly in her recollections, marked by a striking positivity and emotional resonance. "Well, the years in Leningrad, I lived there for just 1 year, but it was a wonderful year. It was wartime, and yet I have the brightest memory. And when she's describing it, she's very gesturous again. The pitch of her voice goes up, so she seems very happy reminiscing about that. Another post-war memories of home, an additional one, is when she was able to return to Riga after. And her case is very specific because she was one of the lucky ones who were able to return to the same flat she was living. So after World War II ended, Alexandra was among the fortunate individuals who could return not only to her city, but also to the same apartment to live with her family and to live it before and after the war. She recalls, "It seems that sometimes in June, after the war ended, which we celebrated at the end of war in Saratov, then I went back to Riga. My parents were already there, and we lived again in the old, large 8-room apartment. We were very lucky." So a detailed case study of Alexandra Orlova's testimony highlights how the notion of home is articulated in survivors' narratives. Her recollection illustrates the strong sentimental ties to her pre-war home environments, including a close connection to her family, and memories of food, social circles as well. These memories persist with emotional intensity, reflecting how deeply rooted and significant the concept of home remains for her. The analysis also underscores the influence of personal factors, such as character, social status, education, surroundings, and cultural environment. All of that which frames the sentimental memory and the way survivors might remember and relate to home. This element shapes survivors' narratives of home. Even though that was one of the examples demonstrated within the initial findings done, and when we are asking the question of whether or not a sentimental memory of home can be viewed as an anchor to Holocaust survivors' resilience, the answer should be the following. Within the analysis done, the memory of home contributes to resilience and identity reconstruction. If not directly, but indirectly, it is present and detectable. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We are now open to your questions. Let's start.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Obviously, you gave us just one case here, and you're working with more, so I wonder if you could comment a little specifically on thinking about home for those who, are there differences for those who are evacuees, their sense of place, their sense of home and return, as opposed to those who survived in and around the city of their birth?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Of course, there's a big difference, and it's mostly visible within the emotional impact when they're trying to recall and to tell the story. Often, it's also a challenge to properly get this story about home, because sometimes Holocaust survivors, if we're talking specifically about the Baltic region, they get so emotional and overwhelmed by that fact that they're forgetting the initial idea, the sentimental and pleasant idea of home that they had, and proceed with the traumatic evacuation or forced displacement in the moment fact. So it is mostly visible within their gestures, voices, and just a body language experience, and the way they're trying to overcome their discomfort and go back to the story about their home. But it still needs to be addressed more, and I hope to find more examples to have a broader picture of it, since the project is still ongoing, and I will be able to provide a more comparative, broader result on that. But from what I experienced, it's hard because they're trying to also be in sync with their body and their emotions in the moment of remembering something sentimental and pleasant at the same time.
So I already have the mic. So thank you so much. It's really, really interesting. I also wanted to ask you about different cases that you are doing research on. So how does age and gender influence how they would remember their home and how they talk about it. And also, I wanted to know about your whole project. Maybe you said it in the beginning and I didn't really catch it. How do you choose the cases? I mean, there are so many oral testimonies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. So, it was mentioned in the beginning, I also have the regional selection because I'm not only dealing with the Baltic region and Eastern European part, but also Israel and United States. So the testimonies are chosen by regional aspect. Mostly it focuses on their post-war migration intentions because some of the Holocaust survivors, as you know, were willing to immigrate to Israel, repatriate to Israel, or immigrate to the United States of America, and some of them, for several reasons, personal, not personal, choose to try to obtain their home in Eastern Europe or the original place. So that was the chosen factor as well, and within the age, I'm trying to, it's very hard from the testimony to detect which exact age they're referring to because sometimes they're just not mentioned. So they're just proceed with remembering about home, not telling when exactly they left. So I guess I will be more direct with them, pointing out the differences as I proceed further with the analysis. But as I can see, the main difficulty is to detect the thematic addressing of home memory recollection. Because again, if I'm using the Noah Shanker's approach, I should consider the environment. And sometimes there is an intention to tell the story, which is being abrupted by the interviewer or the emotional factor, and it's hard to get the full story of home. So it's still ongoing in the process. I hope I answered that.
Thank you for the presentation. Given that your chosen case is obviously a very non-typical one, because even before the war, it was not the family, it was a family that lived in different condition than, let's say, many families in the shtetls, right? Who on the outset were not given this luxury life condition. And also that only a small amount of people returned to their previous homes and found them intact, because many people returned, but their conditions were reduced, or they wouldn't be able to support the same style of living. So, given all that, I wonder, two things interest me. Why, for this presentation, you chose precisely this case? And the second question is about other cases in your scope of research. Do you have stories, testimonies of people who indeed left these small towns where there was not only not their home after the war, but there were almost nobody from their community left? Do you have such cases in your scope? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Well, I will start with the second one, because I don't think I have the answer for the second question, not yet. But at least I'm trying to get there, because through the stories, again, I have to navigate the proper story. And within the demonstration source choice, I made it because it's an explicit example. It's very rare where the Holocaust survivors were able not only to live in some kind of a not peaceful but rushed situation and be able to be back to the same state, to the same home. And in the case of Alexandra Orlova, she always referring that it was privileged to be back at the same point. And she was surrounded again with the same atmosphere. And maybe that also helped her to avoid this traumatic effect of losing home as a physical space as well. So I decided that would be the most demonstrative way to portray that. And also her spirit, she is very optimistic and remains optimistic. And that was, for me, for example, quite an interesting case to observe, because sometimes it can be easily breaking down into points where you grow up in a decent, wealthy family, and then you put in a harsh environment, and you just feel misery, and you feel broken. And she, at the same time, she found courage, interest, she even proceeded with her studies, and she is saying about that, like, it was not a war experience at all. So that was another very special example that I just decided I need to provide, because it's rare.
I wondered about how you define the term home. So obviously in English it's a very limited term, because in Russian and German it's the term Heimat or Rodina, it's much more charged, emotional, loaded term. And so in a sense, the notion that when you come back to a place, so I'm a migrant myself, so I sort of experience that the actual space is still there, but all the people are gone, and you're sort of trying to find this space, but the space is there, but this space, there's also time, the time element. And I can only refer to literary and works and also movies. There's one movie that I really like. It's called Auf Wiedersehen in America, See You Again in America. It's a German, Polish-American movie. So it's really it's a comedy, and it's from the early 90s. It begins in Brooklyn, actually in Coney Island, and it ends in Gdynia, actually in Sopot, where I mentioned it, near outside of Danzig, at the pier. And the characters, it's Polish and Jewish characters who are searching for Heimat, and they don't find it, but they realize at the end that Heimat is the language, because what's very interesting about the movie, it's in Yiddish, German, and Polish, and they realize that is where the emotion is, and they're sort of, at the end it's sort of a happy end, because they realize they cannot find these spaces because they are shattered and they're gone. But in the language, they have that, and it's sort of quite interesting. That's only one. I mean, there are countless other examples, but in a sense, home is multi-layered and emotional, very emotionally charged, right? So I wonder in these interviews, how you deal with that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. I hope I understood fully and correctly, but isn't it's proven if a person is given up to find Heimland or homeland that he's sticking to something that he originally have at the beginning. So this is what I'm actually trying to prove, that maybe you don't need a physical land, you can just stick to something that is within you, and you can carry it, and you can obtain a new home within it. So within the broader research, I witnessed how many Holocaust survivors, while, for example, immigrating to America, the first thing that they would do is to go to the community, so just to feel like home. And the first part of your question was connected to the first part of your question. Oh, okay, so I hope then I answered. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
These different layers of Heimat, right? So, and the emotions that people attach with that. I mean, my own experience is like going back to and this is not it's just a very normal, no trauma, nothing. Going back to this place where I grew up, I mean, everybody's dead, basically, right? People have just passed away, and my parents are dead, and the place is still there, but it feels pretty empty to me. And my sister and I both decided there's no need to go back to this place because it's past, right? And I really recommend this movie because it's not only is it very funny, but it is a Holocaust movie, actually, in some ways. And the characters do not find what they actually, but they do find it, but they realize they had it all along. They had the language, and they hadn't realized how important speaking their native languages was for them. But it's a really sort of shocking discovery what Poland looks like, and yeah.
Yeah, I will just make a slight comment regarding the emotional layers. Well, that's also one of the aims. I'm trying to point out that home is emotional, home is sentimental, home is valuable, and when you review the Holocaust testimonies, you often fall into this trap of you're watching it and you see trauma, and you barely can watch it till the end because it's so traumatic. And I'm trying to reveal a slightly positive side of it, something that you can also feel inspired by. So one of the goals also. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I was always curious about the motivation of people to talk about their experiences in different stages of their life. And so my question is, what was the kind of a motivation of those people to talk and give interviews in their for this oral history projects? Did you find some sort of a sense of urgency to tell their stories, and did you find some limitations and some of the sources that you were working? Apparently, you were working for a multitude of those oral histories. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's working, right? So within the limitation, it's actually very hard to get the full story, as I mentioned before, but usually it is, in fact, when you're applying the Noah Schenker's approach, when you consider how the testimony is conducted, what is the atmosphere, if the Holocaust survivor at that time felt comfortable in the chair and in front of the camera. Of course, if he or she is comfortable, they are willing to go further than just a one narrowed question to answer. They would, sit back and reminisce, and maybe something more meaningful and deep will also go. But I often viewed where the interview were conducted poorly, and there was so many potential to it, when an interviewer could be slightly more gentle or ask more directly, not leading into the conversation of the traumatic events of the Holocaust, but mostly like sentimental. It's not always done because maybe the purposes are different. So sometimes the Holocaust testimony conducted for the purpose to record the historical fact, known and unknown personal story, known and not known a personal story. And it's all depends on the initial idea. So part of the reasons why I'm also using the lesser known testimonies, which is almost like homemade atmosphere. Some of them cannot be found within the archival testimonies because they're not very publicly used or well known. And Alexandra Orlova was one of the cases. I discovered it just by accident. I was just reading something and I realized that she also have a full version of her memories and recollections. So I am trying to look to the source and consider all the factors. And depending on the source, there is a motivation of this source, like why they're recording this testimony in the first place and why the Holocaust survivor is willing to share. So there is a different versions of it. And there are like comparative in my eyes. Hope I answered.
Thank you for the presentation. And in continuation of all the questions, how to differ for this case? What is traumatic? What is simple nostalgic? How to define it? And the second is, what's the difference? It's not, in my opinion, it's not so important for each region. It is, if she described her home as a room, it is not important that it's from Latvia or it is from other places. It's more important in which country they lived today. They approach from the today's lives for the past, and maybe possible to check, for example, the book of Jeff Weidinger about the shtetl in Transnistria and how they described their life in pre-war period. During the war period, part of them were survivors, part were not survivors, to understand how they, in general, they saw. It is exactly what Lara said. It was from small town, and it was, I'm afraid it was the same description. It is not, it is, again, what is description of former life, or is it description of really traumatic?
So if I can refer to the region analysis, well, I'm considering the final factor of post-war migration. So that's why within this paper, I'm discussing only those who were originally from the Baltic area and also were able to go back to Eastern Europe or the Baltic region as well. But the initial idea within the broader context of my research is to compare the analysis of their adaptation and the process of home obtainment within the new contexts and cultural environments as well. And for the Eastern Europe, it's harder to do because it's not the new environment, so to speak. But within the Israel in the United States, there are some particular factors that can be considered. Because United States were very welcoming in community, for example, they stick together, but at the same time, there were obstacles. People didn't know any English or any language, and they were like tight in their possibilities to live a normal life. So it gets some sense of willingness to rebuild their sense of home, build a family, establish connections outside the community if they're not super religious or in that sense. The same goes to the Israel because they were trying to build up the spirit and tie it together as well. So in Eastern Europe and Baltic region, it was challenging because of the atmosphere. So I'm also considering this home perspective in factors of socio-cultural aspects, ontological aspects, how it felt to be back. So this is for the final. I do see that within the paper it's not completely visible, but in a broader spectrum it is.
Hi. It's kind of also a follow-up to Maria's presentation. I mean, again, the question of how relevant is the person who is interviewing the person and how much, you know, is encouraged to let people really reflect on the things that you want to listen to. And can you tell if there's a difference between the different interview projects? Because I guess you're really using them from a lot of different sources. And I guess in recent years, it has come more to the fore, the fact that the way these interviews were conducted highly influenced what people, you know, were able to dwell on or to focus on. So how much is that also a limitation to your work?
Limitation. Well, the limitation, as I mentioned briefly, is that I have to watch for all the testimony from the beginning till the end, not to skip the part where this recollection and the memory is happening, because sometimes it can appear out of nowhere within the discussion of a different topic completely. So this is a limitation because I have to dedicate a lot of time towards detecting the concrete topic that I'm working with. And of course, it's easier to get the source which is dedicated to one survivor. In the case of Alexandra Orlova, for example, it's her own stage. She owned the room when she talked about her home and her life. So it was visible that the interaction also is different. She is not the one who is asking questions, but she is the one who is telling the story, and the interviewer is the one who just listens. He's not navigating her which topic to share. So this is the plus of it. But within the archival sources, it is valuable and very rich, but at the same time, again, I have to look all of it, and sometimes there are a lot of tapes of it. So this is the only limitation that I have at the moment.
We have time for probably a couple more questions.
Thank you so much for the talk. I had a question about your use of the term, so we've already talked about the use of the term home, but I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about your use of the term sentimental. When you use that term, are you referring to something kind of nostalgic? Are you distinguishing between nostalgia and sentimentalism? Is it related to kind of literary sentimentalism? So like, what are you doing with the term? What do you get out of using the term?
Well, within my own interpretation of it, when I say sentimental, it's something that is visible within the body language, language use, metaphorical sense, literary representation of it. It can be nostalgic, but I differentiate. I think nostalgic is more vague, and sentimental is more concrete. So for me, in that sense, I put it aside. Yeah, I guess that was the one.
I would like to come back to Anna's question, or just, of course, you already have a huge bunch of sources, and maybe I didn't catch it. Do you also considering using video testimonies from the Fortunov video archive, and if so, or if not, why? Because it's the earliest one, and maybe it differs much from the Spielberg one in the 90s, so that's my question.
Well, thank you so much. One problem with that, I cannot assess it freely. I have to be on campus, I guess, to get the full testimony. There's only fragments of them, because I guess when I started, that was the first source that I tried to look at, and I realized that there is a limitation because they're very partial, valuable sources that I can assess as a student, not being on campus. And their policy, as I remember, you have to be on campus to view that. Maybe something changed, but the last time I checked, changed?
Yeah, if you are interested, I can get you in contact with the director of the archive, who is based in Vienna at the moment for 2 years. I think still 2 years. He will be in Vienna, and you can get in contact in email. From as far as I am informed, it's quite easy to get the access. Yeah. And he would be really happy about if you get into contact with him.
Thank you so much for letting me know. Thank you so much.
Some more questions, maybe, Elena?
So as I understand, you work mostly with the interviews. So do you, for example, compare interviews or texts produced by the same survivors, but with a distance? I mean, like what Maria did, you know, when you have interview from 1990 and interview from 2023, because Alexandra Rolova wrote kind of a memoir in 2 versions, in Russian and in German. I think they mostly overlap, but there are some nuances. So do you discuss these issues? Because sometimes I work with testimonies of survivors, and it's very interesting to see what person writes in testimony from 1940 whatever, and then what he tells 50 years later when he's an experienced Holocaust survivor and you know, has told it to hundreds of audiences.
Thank you so much. Well, I wish I could. But at the same time, it would be a bigger amount of work, and within my methodological spectrum that I choose, I cannot do that, because I cannot see from the text the gestures, the mimics, the emotional impact of it. I can only guess. So for my concrete research project, it's of course valuable and can provide a bigger insight on the topic, but I cannot do that within this framework that I've chosen for myself.
Okay, and maybe one more final question.
Thank you. I'm sorry, maybe because we didn't see the presentation, the video, I couldn't get what you find in this gesture. What for you are looking for the gesture, what they are telling you. Could you please elaborate?
Yeah, within the methodology, it only can support the idea that the value of home is very emotional and sentimental. And since I come from a literary study field, I can only combine these gestural and mimic expressions to the words used and the intonation together to support the idea or my assumption that the home is sentimentally valued, and it provides a certain reaction or respond when a Holocaust survivor is recollecting and remembering it. So it's just like an adjustment to additional, to the bigger amount of work. So something that can support the idea further, because I can only analyze it from the psychological perspective to the extent of my abilities, which is not much, since I'm not a professional in the field. I can only use it as a backup to support the idea. Yeah. If they're being emotional about it, it's also contributing to the comparative analysis, because I can differentiate from the group and from the people who were more emotional and just again provide a guess or a theory why it happened. Something like this.
Just one more comment on, because Maria was talking a lot about numbness, that those traumatic experiences, the losses of home, of family, of friends, feelings are frozen. So you don't see anything when you see the person talking about it, because it's completely shut out. Yeah, you know what I mean? So you expect to see sentiment in gestures in the face, but the real traumatic things, unless they come to surface then. But if they don't, they stay, they're buried. Yeah, they're buried. You know, so that's my experience also actually from the Fortunov video.
May I just say, continuation to that, I think also from my research that if person told this story many times, we cannot see any traumatic or somehow emotional reaction, because he is narrator, he is not a person behave like doesn't feel it, like to like third person to tell the story.
Well, that's a very interesting thing to say, because in my observation I've encountered different testimonies which are very emotional. For example, one of the Holocaust survivors, he immigrated to first Israel and then United States of America, but he was born in Poland and then lived in Germany. But when he recalled Polish food, he was very expressive, he was very emotional, he was very pitchy in his voice, and it was a comparison because before that he would describe his life at home, like how he was observing Shabbos or not, and he was absolutely still and calm. And when he was telling me, like not me, but to the interview, his experience with food or his memory about the food that his mother brought, he was completely different. It was a different person. So, because it evokes something deep in him, maybe.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to tell, I think it depends on when the interviewer told that. If it's for the first time being interviewed, it was really emotional, but if he continues to say the same story, presenting different events for example, for school pupils or something like that, it's always like coming to tell the story.
Yeah, well, then I should consider it and put it under consideration with the reference that this is the first time recorded testimony that I'm observing. Because, of course, I would love to, again, compare it to the first testimony recorded and the second or the third, but that would be a bigger project to review, maybe potentially in the future. But, yes, thank you. It's good to remark.
To comparison the emotion, to compare, for example, with the first letters after the liberation from 1944, 1945, it is absolutely another language. It is another emotions, another, absolutely. Even with today's interview is emotional, it's absolutely another form.
Yeah, but that's why I have the limitation within the selection. I'm choosing the Holocaust testimonies recorded in 1996 till 2005, I guess, yeah. So there is a selection of it. It's not the first recorded testimonies right after the war and right after the Holocaust, but I do agree as well.
So that's one of the big challenges you have if you want to sort of scan the emotions of the people talking. And it's not about the emotions, it's about the expression of emotions. So it's allowed to talk, it's allowed to feel something when you talk about food. because it's not dangerous for you to feel that. If you talk about real losses, your personality gets in disorder, you break. And that's why you cannot feel, meaning the expression of emotion doesn't tell you necessarily about the relevance of the emotion. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do, but I also think that the topic that I'm trying to observe is also trying to be distinct and less traumatic, because I'm trying to capture something very positive and sentimental, something that they can actually show the emotions to, as you just mentioned. So maybe if I would be dealing with a traumatic representation of it, then yes, I would be very cautious of every single word and analysis and everything. But since it's something meaningful in a positive way that do not touch the experience, that they are like physically maybe hard to tell or evoke something very deep and dark, then that would be another question, I guess. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot once more for your presentation, Elena, and thank you for many questions. I see that we still have some to discuss, but we have to move on to our next presentation. And our next presenter is Benjamin Arenstein, who's a 60-year PhD candidate at the University of Chicago and studying Hebrew and Russian literature. His dissertation research examines Jewish underground writing in the late Soviet Union. He's particularly interested in translation theory, eco-criticism, and the relationship between multilingualism and canon formation. And the topic of today's presentation is language and underground Jewish reading in Riga. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So I'd just like to begin by thanking, as everyone else has done, but which is very much deserved, thanking all the organizers. Whoop, have a setup office screen here. I'll close out of that. Okay. Thanking the organizers, Svetlana, Dan, and Ilya. You guys, I'm sure, have put in immense hours of work that we don't see here, and it's very much appreciated, and also everyone else behind the scenes. And also thank you to the participants who've all enlightened us with their presentations, and thank you all for bearing with me at the end here. I know it's a long day and a long conference, so in the final presentation, I'm happy to be with you and happy to have your attention. I really appreciate it. So my presentation is called Language and Underground Jewish Reading in Riga, and so thematically this is a bit out of step with some of the presentations we've seen so far. My story takes place about 25 years after the Holocaust, so temporally it's a bit far removed. And then also I want to provide the disclaimer that I'm much more of a literary scholar than a historian. So my approach might be a bit different to reading the documents than we've seen so far. But that being said, I think that many of the presentations we've seen both today and yesterday really highlight some of the main themes that I'll be talking about. So the idea of working with KGB documents, which we heard yesterday, the idea of reading ego documents and how we should read ego documents. All of these are kind of deeply intertwined with what I'll be talking about. And also I'd like to kind of provide the disclaimer that this is very much a work in progress. This is the first chapter of my dissertation, and it's something I've just begun writing, so I really welcome questions, comments, feedback, anything to kind of push the project along. As many of you probably have some broad familiarity with the concept of samizdat, I'll provide a kind of brief explanation for those who don't. So samizdat, and these points are based somewhat on this new book on samizdat by Ann Kamaromi, called Soviet Samizdat, quite authoritatively. Samizdat is a neologism meaning self-publishing in Russian, and it's a body of text produced outside of the official publication sphere. So these are not texts that were sanctioned or censored by the Soviet state, but rather texts that were produced by individuals without the authority of a censorship board. And this publication really started in earnest. The publication of samizdat text started in earnest following the death of Stalin, and then continuing through to Perestroika, when publication restrictions in the Soviet Union started to ease. And so, as I mentioned, it consists of kind of uncensored material in this grassroots form. Many of the materials were published just by being produced on typewriters, passed from hand to hand, being handwritten, and you can see kind of here this image I have of a journal that's very much, it's the Journal of Fashion, and it's very much kind of has this handmade artistic quality, and you can see kind of the attention and detail that people would put into producing these journals. And so often, samizdat is understood as existing in different movements or streams. And these streams are kind of understood as having different groups of people who are invested in producing a particular type or genre of text for a particular group of readers. And so Jewish samizdat in particular, which I'll be talking about mainly in this presentation, is generally seen in the scholarship as constituting one of these streams. And so there's a broader question, which I won't necessarily be broaching here, but which I'm happy to talk about in the Q&A, of how much Jewish samizdat is actually a unique phenomenon, and how much the people who are involved in Jewish samizdat are exclusively involved in Jewish samizdat, how much their activity is influenced by other samizdat publications, and how much they are kind of reading broadly within the samizdat sphere, and not just within the Jewish samizdat sphere. And so, while I won't be looking at this kind of broader question of whether it makes sense to categorize these different streams, one of the things that I think is important to look at is the process of canonization. So, the process through which Jewish samizdat and the texts which constitute Jewish samizdat come to be known under that title. And so, in seeking to analyze samizdat and develop a methodology for reading this material, it's a central claim of my talk that in order to understand samizdat materials, we must read them within a broader textual ecosystem of bureaucratic records and ego documents. And this kind of line between bureaucratic records and ego documents is very much not clearly defined. So bureaucratic records, as we'll see kind of later on, and I'll talk about in more detail, themselves can come to be constituted as ego documents. These are documents which sometimes willingly and sometimes unwillingly are co-authored by Soviet officials and the people who are being interrogated, for instance, or who are being kind of interpolated into this bureaucratic political system. And so in its isolated form, the samizdat text only fulfills part of the function sought out by many of those who are drawn to underground activity. Yet it's ultimately through the entanglement of samizdat with the larger textual footprint left by its readers, writers, and editors that the conceptions of culture and identity raised within underground publications are further developed and refined. So in particular here in my presentation we'll look at issues of language. And language was an issue and a problem that was a central component both within this broader search for Jewish identity and culture that took place in the late Soviet Union, but also these concerns of samizdat periodicals, as we'll see throughout the presentation. And so it's really important for getting a sense of how samizdat worked and the kind of main investments that these samizdat editors and authors had to look at language as an issue and how language manifests in these publications. So part of the reading of samizdat texts as constituted within a broader textual ecosystem is considering these texts in relation to the KGB documents that samizdat authors were often named in. And in many cases, these samizdat authors can be read as unwilling co-authors of their police files. So my reading of KGB documents takes these texts seriously as literary objects, as literary texts with a rhetorical and authorial value. And again, looking at these, the people being interrogated and the interrogators as kind of co-authors for these documents. And so the kind of literary and rhetorical value of these documents is something that Christina Vatulescu points to in her book, Police Aesthetics. And as the beginning to her book, which I think is kind of a very useful quote, she includes this epigraph from Nabokov. And it rings a bit sinisterly now, so we can kind of take Russia to also mean Russia and its colonies, which we'll be talking about today. So Nabokov writes here, the history of Russia could be considered from 2 points of view. First, as the evolution of the police, and second, as the development of a marvelous culture. And so, again, this sinister, bit chauvinist ring today, but it kind of indicates this important theme that I'm trying to touch on about the really profound intersection of police documents, of censorship of a police state, and the development of culture as very closely entangled with the police and with the security apparatus. And so Vasilevsku's study looks at secret police files of famous writers such as Isaac Babel and Mikhail Bulgakov, but also notes, kind of importantly for my study in using this methodology, how KGB files serve as a unique type of biography that is not just a biographical account, it's not just a simple ego document that these authors are producing, but a biography which has the fate, or has the possibility to shape the fate of its authors. So in producing this biography, the authors are also contributing to kind of a future sentence, or are creating a narrative which very much determines what will happen to them after the trial concludes. And so in looking at these files, I'm not just looking for the nuggets of truth that they may contain. I'm not trying to kind of read through this rhetoric, but actually read this rhetoric itself as the object. And so now moving to the question of Jewish samizdat in particular, I want to look at some of the ways in which these texts were canonized. And so now, 50 years later, the canonization of these texts very much informs the way that they're read. And so one of the main ways in which Jewish samizdat was produced as Jewish samizdat is a 27-volume series entitled, kind of authoritatively, Jewish samizdat, Yevreiski samizdat. And this series was released by the Hebrew University's Center for Documentation of Eastern European Jewry between 1974 and 1999. And so you see this kind of very long process that it took to canonize, collect these texts, and many times these texts were being kind of shipped out of the Soviet Union, brought with people who emigrated to Israel, and then being republished in this kind of authoritative book form. And if you look at these volumes, I mean, I don't have them physically with me, but they are absolutely massive and very much thick paper, and you can see that a massive amount of money was put into producing these volumes, but at the same time, there's not a ton of editions and issues available. And so I have a quote here from the first volume of the series, in which the editors offered the reader a very particular narrative of the means through which a Jewish samizdat emerged in the Soviet Union. And so they write here, a growing interest in the essence of Judaism after the Six-Day War became apparent, as well as an increasing desire to become more familiar with Jewish culture, Jewish history, and with the contemporary problems of the Jewish people. As the Jews of the Soviet Union have no free access to reliable sources from which the necessary information might be obtained, and as they have no publication in which to discuss the questions that concern them, it is natural that they turn to samizdat in order to fill this gap. So at hand here you have two primary issues for the editors. It's the issue of reliability and of access to information. So being able to get your hands on reliable, accessible information that is not available, according to them, in the official press. And so very much this reliability and this information about Judaism that's seen as authoritative is created in opposition to what is accessible, what is readable in the official press. And so important for us in trying to understand the project of Jewish underground activity and in trying to understand how to read these samizdat journals is to think critically about the nature of what this reliable information is and how it's constructed. As with any text, samizdat was serving a particular function as an organ of Jewish underground activists. It was only one component of the Jewish underground project, and while the text may in fact have been perceived as reliable sources of information on Judaism that the official press did not provide, it's our task to understand how samizdat served as an instrument in the ontological process of knowledge production that was occurring amongst late Soviet Jewry, and not merely a representation of information. And it's also our task to see how samizdat served as an instrument for underground praxis in reforming Soviet Jewish attitudes toward Judaism. So crucially for this conference, and we have in the kind of second point here, Riga is canonized within this Jewish samizdat series as the birthplace and progenitor of samizdat in the Soviet Union. And in particular, it's the journal Iton that they point to as the first product of samizdat. And again, you know, we can debate whether this is actually the first Jewish samizdat journal. And as I'll talk about later, this was a joint editorial board between Riga, Leningrad, and Moscow. But very much, Iton serves as the kind of, within this narrative of canonization, the progenitor of Jewish samizdat in the Soviet Union. And also here I've listed kind of a number of Riga-based journals that follow. So Riga is kind of this third center of Jewish Samizdat behind Moscow and Leningrad, with quite a large number of publications being produced between the death of Stalin, or between 1970 really and Perestroika. So here today in my presentation, I'll focus on Yiton, this first Jewish Samizdat journal, and I'll provide here just a brief overview of Yiton. So as I mentioned, it was conceived by an editorial board that included members from Moscow, Leningrad, and Riga. And the Riga editors here were these two figures, Josip Penderevich and Boris Mavsur, who some of you may heard of, may know the names. But again, I'll talk about them in more detail later. And while this text claimed to be kind of, or within this traditional periodization of Samizdat, this should really be text related to emigration, the actual texts that are produced in Yiton are quite wide-ranging. So we have topics from Israeli politics, on Jewish religious holidays, and even in the first issue there's a discussion of Sartre, for instance, so quite a wide range of issues. And the first two issues of the journal were published in February and May of 1970, with the third then being prepared for release but confiscated before it was actually released in the summer of 1970s. And it's also worth noting that these journals were produced in Riga but ended up really throughout the USSR. So we have records of them ending up in Siberia and Sverdlovsk and also in Tbilisi. So kind of you can see the broad ends of the Soviet Empire to which these kind of Riga-based journals reached. And so the first article that's published in this journal, and which serves as a sort of preface because there's no prefatory text, but it prefaces the journal and really contextualizes it for the readers, is this article entitled On Assimilation. And so this article talks about the assimilation, as you can probably gather from the title of the article, talks about the assimilation of Soviet Jewry, but particularly here, and particularly for my presentation, what's important is the attention to language that the article places, and so the attention to linguistic assimilation here. And so just to read a quote from the article after it goes through kind of describing the very progressive stages of cultural assimilation and Soviet institutional shutting down of cultural institutions from the Jewish community, the author writes, "These are the stages of the violent linguistic assimilation of the Jewish population of the European part of the USSR, whose native language was Yiddish. All of this has led to the fact that the overwhelming portion of Jews in the USSR ceased to know their own native language." And so the author continues then saying, "The remnants of Jewish culture in the USSR in Yiddish have no chance for further existence, insofar as the breeding ground for this culture is practically disappearing. The existence of a single literary journal in this language, the publication of a few books, and the work of several traveling ensembles fulfills the function of a screen, covering up the factual absence of Jewish culture in the USSR." And so here I'd like to point to a couple of ideas that are important in these quotes and notable. So first I'd like to point to this idea of a native language, which has been lost due to Jewish assimilation under the Soviet system. And crucially for the author, it isn't that the native language of Jews has changed, it isn't that it's shifted to Russian after they began speaking Russian through this process of cultural assimilation, but rather that Jews in Eastern Europe no longer speak their own native language. And here what he's referring to, and what he notes explicitly, is that the native language of Jews here is Yiddish, and again, not Russian or Hebrew, but Yiddish. And going further, this author, who also notably remains anonymous to the readers of Yiton, so we'll get to this later, but there's no name associated with the publication, kind of bemoans the prospect of any future culture in Yiddish in the USSR. And so the rhetoric of the second passage is grounded very much in the project of Jewish Samizdat to provide access to reliable information, which we talked about earlier, in which the editors of the Jewish Samizdat collection note. So the author here is seeking to expose the screen that official Soviet institutions provide, which cover this factual absence of Jewish culture in the USSR. And so the significant takeaway here is that, one, this issue of language and linguistic assimilation is really a central point for the project of the journal and the project of the editors in this kind of prefatory text, and that also language is intertwined with the very project of Jewish Samizdat at large, that part of exposing this kind of Soviet scheme that they see, this screen is very intimately related to the issue of language. And so, reading this article in dialogue with KGB transcripts, it becomes clear that the authorship, which isn't named in the journal, is actually Josef Mendelevich. You have a picture of right there. And Mendelevich was born in 1947 in Riga, began his underground Jewish activity in the 1960s with Jewish studies circles, and he serves as one of the founding editors of YIVO, as I mentioned earlier. And also notably, he was a participant in the Kuznetsov hijacking affair. And for those of you who aren't familiar with this, it was when a group of 16 individuals, 14 of whom were Jewish, refused exit visas and attempted to hijack a plane from Smolny Airport in Leningrad and eventually fly to Sweden and escape the Soviet Union. But this was thwarted by the KGB and they were arrested. So the kind of base of KGB files, interrogation files that I'll be looking at comes from this affair and comes from kind of Mendelevich's interrogations as part of this affair. And so also, as you can kind of understand, the interrogations were quite wide-ranging. They weren't only about attempting to hijack the airplane, but were about these broader underground activities that the participants were engaged with. And so going back now to the question of a Jewish native language that Mendelevich raises in On Assimilation, it's through Mendelevich's memoirs that we get a sense of the author's own relationship to Russian, and this very language is the language in which he's composed his own article in the Jewish journal YIVO, which is surprising once we read the quote. So he writes, "How I long to feel completely foreign to the Soviet reality, even to the point of incomprehension of their thoughts and customs. Yet the same layer of consciousness that contains the experience of my life in the Soviet Union, experience I cannot simply uproot or erase, not only understands their language, but also their way of thinking. I pray that I will be able to vomit out all this abominable foreignness." And so here, Mendelevich views the Russian language as a foreign element entwined with his corporeal self. He seeks not only to stop speaking Russian, but to physically purge himself of this language altogether, along with the supposed Soviet way of thinking to which Russian is linked. Language for Mendelevich is fundamentally intertwined with his conscious experience as a Soviet subject, and in attempting to foreignize himself from Soviet society, linguistic estrangement is a critical step. So in essence, the production of a Samizdat journal situated in opposition to the official publication sphere seems to sit quite squarely in line with its desire for alienation that he outlines here in the memoir. But the particular attitude that he expresses towards Russian also begs a number of questions. So how should one relate to the production of a purportedly Jewish journal in the Russian language while simultaneously having such strong feelings in viewing the Russian language as a byproduct of Jewish assimilation? And does Jewish underground literature in the Soviet context have a unique capacity to reshape the means through which its readers relate to their native tongues? And finally, for this presentation, kind of critically important, how can Jewish Samizdat be composed in a manner and with the language that is both accessible to Jewish readers and embodies the relationship to Jewish languages outlined by one of its editors? So here, Mendelevich. So in looking to answer these questions, I assert that it's necessary to look beyond the Samizdat publications themselves, to look beyond these texts that are being circulated in the Soviet Union, and then we can look more closely at the KGB, the broader textual footprint that these authors have left, including the KGB archive. So, in an interrogation held in Leningrad on October 14th, 1970, with the investigator Meyer Popov, Mendelevich begins, or the interrogation begins with the following exchange, which relates directly to this idea of language. And so the interrogator asks the question, in agreement with Article 17 of the Criminal Code of RSFSR, you have the right to give testimony in your native language. What is your native language, and in which language do you wish to give testimony? And so here he answers, the right to give testimony in my native language has been clarified to me. My native language is Yevreysky. I also know Russian, and I wish to give testimony in Russian. So grounded in this administrative position outlined within the Soviet Criminal Code, Popov poses a question to Mendelevich that, in the context of this investigation, takes on a distinctly ideological tone. Faced with the task of articulating his native language, or родной язык, Mendelevich must decide how to define his own linguistic identity and relation to Russian before the eyes of Soviet institutional bureaucracy. By claiming еврейский as his native tongue, he adopts a position that falls squarely in line with the linguistic polemics employed in his memoir nearly a decade and a half earlier. Yet, at the same time, Mendelevich elects not to give testimony in this language, and his interrogation instead is conducted in Russian. So there's a question here of if his native language is еврейский, and we'll get to that term a bit later in the next slide, why would he choose to give testimony in Russian? And there are examples of other people from this case who do give testimony in Yiddish. And so why is he choosing Russian here? And so there are a couple of possible explanations, right? He could wish to just avoid using a translator, believe that using Russian built some kind of sympathy, or there's the possibility that he, in fact, like the people he describes in his article, does not know his own native language. And so if we think back to the article on assimilation, Mendelevich explicitly wrote that Yiddish was the native language, or the родной язык, of the overwhelming majority of Eastern European Jewry. And yet, looking again now to Mendelevich's memoir, he seems to declare that Hebrew rather than Yiddish was his native tongue. And so he writes here, having chipped away a piece of brick, I wrote on the wall, sheket, quiet, so quiet in Hebrew here. And now those 3 letters of my native language oblige me to remain silent. They support me. And so if this is the case, and Mendelevich means Hebrew and not Yiddish by the term еврейский язык, which in Soviet discourse could mean either Hebrew or Yiddish, and I'll talk a bit more about that in the Q&A, but this is kind of also something that's questioned and kind of discussed among Soviet investigators in this report file. But if he means Hebrew by еврейский язык, then it would make sense for him to give his testimony in Russian, as by his estimate, he knew only 500 Hebrew words by the time of his arrest. So in this case, the declaration of Hebrew rather than Russian as his native language serves a sort of ideological function, which is filtered through the language of the Soviet bureaucratic apparatus. As a co-author of his KGB testimony, Mendelevich curates his own biographical stance, as he does in his memoir, reclaiming a native language which is neither the Russian that he seeks to purge from his physical self, nor the Yiddish, which he anonymously wrote, has been lost to the majority of Eastern European Jews. So next, and moving towards kind of conclusion, I'm conscious of the time and also people's energy levels. I want to look at a paratextual element of Mendelevich's file, which kind of solidifies this point and his relationship to Hebrew. And so in using the term paratext, I'm referencing the theorist Gerard Genet, who employs this term to refer to the threshold between the text itself and discourse about the text. So paratext serves as this kind of threshold. And this threshold, this paratext, sits as a conveyor of commentary that is authorial or more or less legitimated by the author, and it is from this privileged position that the author can actually shape the reading and interpretation of the text. So I don't love to get too deeply into theory usually, but I think this serves as a really useful kind of theoretical apparatus for analyzing the signature, which becomes quite important. That the signature is not something that he's necessarily authoring as a content-filled text, but it very much influences the way in which we read the texts themselves. And so, as with Mendelevich's underground activity more broadly, his signature on the KGB interrogation files is deeply rooted in a negotiation of linguistic aesthetics and ideology. So throughout his file, Mendelevich is required to issue over 100 signatures, confirming that he has read the record of his testimony and affirmed its veracity. While this process of producing such signatures could often be coercive, they appear uniformly and consistently on each page of the file, beginning with his first interrogation on June 17, 1970, and continuing until an interrogation held on January 5th, 1971. So at this point, there's a big shift. And the shift is that Mendelevich elects not only to write his signature in the Cyrillic letters, which he'd been writing before that point, and you can see here the slide on the left. This is the interrogation file from January 5th, and a close-up of the signature. But he then shifts to writing the signature in both Cyrillic letters and in Hebrew letters. So this linguistic shift to the paratextual signature of the interrogation document represents an embodiment of Mendelejevich's self-claimed native language, which had only been represented in the prior investigation reports by the use of the Russian term Yevreysky. And it's through this process of signing the interrogation files in both Hebrew and Cyrillic letters that Mendelejevich portends towards expression in a native language that he does not, in fact, speak. Indeed, the site upon which the expression comes into being is quite crucial here. Unlike articles such as On Assimilation, which Mendelejevich composes and publishes in Eton under an anonymous banner, so he's not named, the KGB file becomes a form of ego document in which Mendelejevich and his identity as a criminal suspect form a core component of the text itself. Reading this document, it becomes clear that the KGB file is a forum in which Mendelejevich's aspirations, articulated anonymously in samizdat form, are in effect realized. So through Soviet bureaucratic discourse, Mendelejevich's notion of Hebrew as a native language for Jews, without knowing that language, finds its expression. And this also here opens a window into how the KGB archive can be considered more broadly in relation to those who are being interrogated. So indeed, much of the information contained within the police archive is of a bureaucratic nature. If you're reading through these documents, they're very kind of repeated forms that they fill out, the dates, the interrogator's name, the start of the interrogation time, the conclusion. But these pieces of information actually hold a lot more than just these kind of banal registries that go into the bureaucratic archive. And in fact, it's these moments of bureaucratic intimacy, these moments of bureaucratic creation that allow the space for the accused, and in this case Mendelejevich, to assert a degree of agency that they otherwise lack in these kind of interrogation records. And so while I focus on Mendelejevich throughout the talk, I'll just provide a kind of brief window into some other sources and some other kind of directions and examples that I'm exploring in the chapter. And so here is an interrogation report on the left found in the KGB archive of David Zilberman, who was also interrogated as part of the Leningrad affair, the airplane hijacking affair. And they ask him here in his interrogation about Eton. And they say, from whom, when, and under what circumstances did you receive the collection of articles called Eton, and where is it now located? And he answers, I did not receive a collection of articles so-called Eton. No one gave them to me. I haven't seen such collections, and I don't know what they are. Eton is a translation from Hebrew to Russian. In translation from Hebrew to Russian means newspaper, but I am completely unaware of who publishes Eton and of the ways in which it was prepared. So here, kind of a straightforward rejection of the fact that he's received and read the newspaper, and whether or not he has, in fact, received and read the samizdat periodical, it's kind of unknown to us. He likely did, right, if he was kind of active in this scene. But regardless, he, in this second column here, actually gives us an account following his investigation of the questions and answers that he was party to in the investigation itself. So kind of returning back from the investigation room, he goes to his friends and records down what was actually said because he thinks it'll differ from the actual record. So what's interesting here is that content-wise, it doesn't really differ that much, right? I'll read it soon, but he really just rejects reading Eton. And so Krasnov, the investigator, asks, did Spielberg give you Eton? And he writes here in parentheses, this is the important part I want to point to, with stress on the first I, it's the first syllable here. And Zilberman replies, I don't know what that is. In Hebrew, there is the word Eton, which with the stress on the second syllable means newspaper. Spielberg also didn't give me any newspapers. I repeat categorically, Spielberg didn't give me any literature to read. And then Krasnov again replies, Eton or Eton, whichever you prefer, is an anti-Soviet brochure. They were published in issues 1, 2, and 3, etc. Did Spielberg give them to you to read? And so here, again, there's this kind of linguistic signaling occurring. In this moment of underground creation, this moment of recording, it's not that he necessarily knows Hebrew as a kind of fluent language, but in possessing it to a degree where he can kind of correct the KGB interrogator, he then signals towards this kind of Hebrew as an object, Hebrew as the native language of the Jews, without actually being able to necessarily express himself in Hebrew. And also interestingly here, I guess, which is kind of funny, is that iton would, in the kind of Sephardic pronunciation, would be the stress in the second syllable, but in the Ashkenazi pronunciation, I guess, would be the stress in the first syllable. So either would really mean newspaper. Right? So the directions for future research. Going forward, I'd like to conduct interviews with these underground activists. Mendelevich and Zilberman are both still alive, so hopefully I'll have the chance to talk to them. I'd like to explore more archives of personal correspondence to kind of get a third voice in these ego documents of kind of comparisons or if the interrogations are talked about, and also conduct further archival readings of these police documents that I'm really now just starting to get into. So thank you very much for your attention and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you for your presentation, and we're now open to the question and discussions.
Lots to think about here. I just want to go to something you didn't really emphasize, but I'm sure it's something you've thought about, which is this Riga connection.
Sure.
Not obvious in the top three. So is it just because of some, particular charismatic, engaged individuals like Mendelevich, or is it something about this whole center-periphery kind of Soviet system that it's a little easier for them to have the resources to do this in Latvia?
Yeah, it's a good question, and definitely something I'm thinking about. As my dissertation is structured around different cities, and so Riga is one of the cities that plays into that. But I also have Tbilisi and Dushanbe. So these are also peripheral cities, but obviously were incorporated into the Soviet Union and in very different circumstances and had very different circumstances and resources for publication. So Riga, I think, partially it's due to these very active individuals. I would say also the late incorporation into the Soviet Union versus other kind of peripheral republics, being incorporated after the war, and there still being some kind of Jewish consciousness that people felt the need to revive. Looking at kind of Russia or Ukraine, for instance, if you're looking at the Jewish population there, it's an additional generation removed as to maybe people who would have spoken Yiddish, whereas kind of in Riga, people would have had more of a contact with the language. And also I think geographically, it's important to look at kind of how Riga is situated in relation to Moscow and Leningrad, which comparison to Dushanbe, for instance, if you're looking at another peripheral space, it's just geographically closer. So it's possible to have an editorial board consisting of people from these three cities, whereas that's a bit more difficult in Tbilisi or Dushanbe. Although it is worth noting that Tbilisi is one of the cities included in the Central Coordinating Committee, which is this kind of underground Zionist organization. And they do have links with Tbilisi, but certainly with Central Asia, it's quite a far periphery.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I'm not an expert on Soviet history, so just question of interest. I guess there's a huge literature or historiography on Samizdat in general. And can you say something more about the historiography or this general historiography and to which extent the Jewish Samizdat is mentioned and interpreted, if at all? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's something that I'm definitely working through in my dissertation. There's a lot of books coming out right now on Samizdat that were released in the last 5 years. So I mentioned An Kamaromi's book, Soviet Samizdat, which is kind of this new authoritative account. And the question of Jewish Samizdat, as I kind of indicated in the beginning, is a question of kind of to what extent we can understand Jewish Samizdat as a coherent object or a coherent kind of phenomenon. And so my take on this is that really it's, and also looking at the KGB interrogation files to kind of help us understand this, is that a lot of the people who were reading Jewish Samizdat and were editors and writers for Jewish Samizdat publications were very much reading other things at the same time. And so if you look at the reports of what was collected when they searched their homes, you're also finding like poetry publications that publish Akhmatova, or you're finding kind of the Gulag Archipelago. You're finding all of these other popular samizdat texts that were circulating around that time that were intersecting with their kind of role in Jewish samizdat. And so I think you have in the existing historiography, to a degree, like an emphasis on Jewish samizdat as one of the, in some cases, national samizdat movements. So you also kind of have broader Baltic national samizdat movements, or one of these broader like, religious samizdat movements. So kind of you have groups of Baptists, for instance, who are publishing editions of the Bible. And so Jewish samizdat is categorized as one of these different things. But really, I think it's kind of something else entirely. And especially, it makes sense, one, to look at these things more locally, so to look at the kind of Riga element, how these texts circulated in Riga and beyond. Two, to kind of look at the thematic intersections with other types of samizdat texts, and also to look at the like different periodization. And so generally, Jewish samizdat is considered to develop into more of a cultural direction later on in the late 70s, early 80s. But actually, you know, when you look at these different texts, like this also has some cultural texts in 1970, and there's a lot more kind of overlap between the cultural, political, religious dimensions than I think is given credence. And so in thinking about all of these things, like whether it makes sense to classify a text that's quite Zionist, or a text that's offering practical advice for immigration to Israel alongside a text that's republishing letters between Chernyakhovsky and Chodasevich from the 1920s as both Jewish samizdat, I'm not sure that that entirely makes sense. I think that, you know, they're within Jewish samizdat, if you want to use that category, kind of subcategories, but it's a lot blurrier than that. So yeah, I don't know if that, hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you so much for this very intriguing talk, and just really immediately following up on that question of the triumvirate you just discussed of kind of, and you framed it so well now, like cultural, religious, and another third element.
National Zionist.
National altogether, when you think of samizdat and Jewish samizdat, generally what comes to mind is, you know, refuseniks, the desire for aliyah, and then / these Hebrew classes that was happening on the side, and the third piece being samizdat. So I was hoping you could correlate or even put on a timeline for us just how one impacted the other, either on a local, all three of them, you know, the movement to aliyah, which caused like the refuseniks, you know, and then the study of Hebrew language itself, which becomes so apparent, like these Hebrew classes, you quoted a number of how many Hebrew words. A lot of the refuseniks, you know, they categorize their knowledge of Hebrew by words, like I know 50, I know 500. So if you could talk about that linguistic development and the nationalistic, the Zionistic development alongside samizdat and how they impacted each other.
Sure. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so it's definitely a big question, and something that I'm trying to address more broadly in my dissertation is this connection between kind of language and samizdat. And I have a quote at the beginning of the paper that I submitted for the conference, or a passage from a memoir, where someone who received, or someone who was an underground activist in Sverdlovsk went to the personal library of another activist, and out of this entire library, what he describes as a very vast library of samizdat texts, he picks two. And the two texts were Iton and a Hebrew textbook. And so I think there's something very much evident in this pairing of these two texts of someone who wants to learn Hebrew is also attracted to, in particular, this samizdat journal. And so Hebrew study, from people that I've interviewed, from accounts that I've read, it served a number of functions and also was very dependent on the place. People that I've talked to in Riga, there are obviously people who want to emigrate to Israel, and so people like Mendelevich, they're learning Hebrew for a very practical reason, right? They want to be able to integrate to society when they move to Israel, theoretically. But there are also people who said that they studied Hebrew because it was just fashionable. All of their friends were studying Hebrew, and they just did it to kind of jump on the train, and they were interested in learning the language for that reason, spending time in these study circles and these intellectually stimulating environments that they didn't find elsewhere. And so I think, as we've been discussing with other types of emigration and other phenomenons with writing ego documents, it's just everything really comes down to individual choice. And so individuals choosing to read different samizdat texts, individuals choosing to study Hebrew, a lot of them had very different readings, and we can, very different reasons, and we can try to kind of create these broader categories for understanding why they did these things, and to some extent they hold up, but in a lot of cases they break down. And as to your point about different kind of movements of samizdat, or Jewish samizdat, different types and themes, I think part of the reason that when we think of samizdat, we often think of refuseniks and Zionist samizdat is because of the way in which this material was canonized. And so, like, the material which has been photocopied and published in edited volumes in Western libraries is very much the material from Riga, Moscow, and Leningrad. Also some material from Ukraine. But by and large, these are kind of, I'm leaving out Holocaust. There's certain Holocaust memoirs that are circulated. There's certain poetic texts, but by and large, like, these are Zionist materials that were collated in Israel by editors who had largely come from the USSR. And so there's a certain ideological bent to this samizdat which has been canonized. And also, again, part of my dissertation project is looking at cities in the Caucasus and Central Asia. And there are also samizdat movements existing here. But for instance, one of the translators in Tbilisi, his name is Boris Kaponov, and he, in his letter exchanges with Avram Shlonsky in Israel, says that I'm trying to translate Rustaveli, who's this Georgian national author, into Hebrew in order to join the Writers' Union in the Soviet Union. And so, like, this is a private correspondence, but it's very clear that his learning Hebrew and his involvement in underground activity is very much tainted and tinged with a different aesthetics, ethos, and ideology than people who were learning Hebrew in order to emigrate to Israel.
Thank you so much. I wanted maybe not to ask, but to comment. I think very much important in the case of Mendelevich, his personality. It should be stressed. I suppose not everybody knows here that he was a religious person, yes, and he kept kashrut in prisoner. Yes. And today he is rabbi, and he's kind of revolutionary, if we can say these words, or resistor. As example, could be told that during almost 30 years he went to demonstration in Jerusalem to support Pollard until he arrived to Israel. So I think you have very good chance, while him and Boris Mavtsir, also a very prominent person in Israel, are alive, to talk to them and to interview.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully interviewing them.
Thank you for the presentation. I have another question. I have a question. Riga was, in the 1960s, was one of the center of the memorialization of the Holocaust, more active. Rumbala and other places in this. As far as I remember, Mendelevich even participated in the end of the 1960s in these events and very politicized these events. Why in Eton were not anything, almost anything about the Holocaust? How it is possible? It is after the, he was a Zionist, okay. After the Eichmann trials, all the Jewish world, including Israel, talked about the Holocaust. Why they didn't write about the Holocaust? It is so central events for Latvian Jews. And Ilya wrote prepared catalog about this, about these events, yes? Why they didn't participate in this? We know that sometimes was publications, some is that not in the journals, but in the Wehrmacht was translated in Russian and circulated in Moscow and Leningrad. It is a very strange event in general, not only in Eton. In general, in Jewish samizdat, the topics of the Holocaust was not one of the central.
Yeah, there was a Holocaust memoir. I'm forgetting the name of the author. Maybe Elina can help me out. But an important one, Holocaust memoir circulated in samizdat. Frida Michelson, yeah. So this is an important, I guess, exception to that. But no, No, I don't know. It's a good question. Why they're not writing about it in Iton in particular? I think Iton has a very much Zionist bent. So what the articles that they are publishing, kind of by and large, are one, educating people about what Judaism, like Jewish holidays, religious Judaism is, and two, giving information about Israel. And so sometimes kind of the information that's translated into Russian about Israel is, it's interesting because the authors they choose, I think, would never appear on the same pages of another journal together. Like it's Golda Meir and Amos Kenan, like, you know, these people ideologically would have very little in common. But at the same time, I think that this is kind of the focus of the journal, is that they're trying to educate the public who, from their perspective, is seeking to be repatriated to Israel. And so, not to say that there very much are discussions of the Holocaust in other journals, but it's not the place in this journal in particular.
I just want maybe to continue to what Arkady said. I would presume that they're not so much concentrating on Holocaust or not mentioning Holocaust at all, because I think for them Holocaust commemoration was a very secondary thing. For them it was an attempt to do at least something when nothing else for the benefit of Jewish life cannot be done. Yeah, so some of the first people who did the commemoration in Rumbula forest were Josef Schneider and Dov Sperling, who actually before being involved in Rumbula commemoration in '58, they were arrested and imprisoned for Zionist activities. They were first Zionists to be arrested after Stalin's death, I think. Yeah, and Schneider generally is a very interesting and colorful person in many aspects. And so I think for them, Holocaust commemoration was kind of collateral to other activities. Yeah, and for them, Israel was important, Jewish holidays were important, but they definitely would not, I think, associate themselves with the synagogue. Yeah, and we even know that actually the leadership of Peitava Street Synagogue was against their commemorative activism. So I think for them there was no importance. Only later, yeah, so what I remember that the Chaim magazine, which was published in 1979, 1980, they would publish Holocaust memoirs like by Meir Levenstein and so on. But otherwise, I would say that for them, Holocaust commemoration was expression of this general anti-Soviet and Jewish stance. Yeah, and so what to write there about? Yeah, so I would say that this was their motivation. Yeah, but I also have a question maybe concerning, so as you were extensively discussing this anonymous publication on assimilation and discussion language issues, were these questions discussed in other samizdat publications, particularly the issues of language? Yeah, because I recall that we had an event, I don't know, maybe 7-8 years ago, with Mendelevich and some people from Latvian national movement.
Yeah.
And there, Mendelevich also discussed that they basically didn't know Latvian, or many of them had rather poor command of Latvian. Yeah, so they did not consider, I mean, maybe today when he writes that he wants to vomit out this knowledge of Russian, it's also exaggerated by his persona after the events and so on, but it seems that they never considered, for example, switching to using Latvian. Yeah, and so were these issues addressed in other samizdats? I mean, obviously not in Moscow and Leningrad, but maybe something in Ukraine, in Lithuania, maybe in Georgia, because we know that there was some sorts of cooperation between Jewish and Ukrainian intellectuals. I think now Yohanan Petrovsky-Stern wrote something about it.
Yeah, an issue that I have in some cases is locating the origin or the author of certain articles. So there's a very important article titled Vash rodny yazyk, so your native language, that is circulated in many samizdat journals, including I don't think it's in E-tone, but it does kind of appear in Lithuania, I believe, and in Ukraine. And just looking through these published volumes, I've seen in multiple publications, but I'm not entirely sure who the author of that is, and I'm not sure where the text originated. So it's a question of, the issues of language are definitely brought up in other publications. Whether they're written by authors from those different locales is another question. And then, yeah, the question of Latvian is quite interesting because, especially in comparison to the Caucasus and Central Asia, because there very much is a knowledge of Georgian, for instance, or Bukharan in Central Asia, and that's used in composing the Samizdat journals, whereas here it's very much Russian is the language for them. I'm not sure why that is exactly, but it's something that I'm definitely going to be thinking about.
Thank you very much. I know, and you presented that the Jewish samizdat is an issue in itself, an object in itself, and so vast that it's enough for dissertation. Still, I would like to look at Jewish samizdat in a perspective of forming and evolving of Jewish national consciousness under the Soviets. And here there were gradations, like levels, like having as obligatory an edition of Leon Feuchtwanger on your shelf and Shalom Aleichem in Russian translations, to having some Tamizdat from Israel and US. It depended just of what you were prepared to go, how far were you prepared to go to participate in creation actually of samizdat, or at least using it, to practical steps like going to the under sanctioned or unsanctioned meetings and commemorations, which I would put in the same I don't know, line and not separate from using the samizdat. Would it be, I don't know, what I'm saying now is not a suggestion for you. Of course, you will choose your own perspective for presenting, but would you agree that samizdat also has not only its own meaning, but also could be looked at within this perspective?
Yes, I 100% agree. Unconditionally. I think, yes, samizdat really can't be removed in a lot of ways from its broader context. And so the part of that context is the studying materials that were in samizdat, reading it communally, passing it from person to person, editing the texts that were passed from hand to hand. And so I think that these are really important activities that absolutely need to be explored. The problem with that is just sources and the accessibility of sources. And so we have oral interviews, we have memoirs that do describe these things. But then kind of as we're seeing here, like we can read all of these different types of texts together. And I think that tells one story. Reading these texts together tells one story, reading them separately tells another story. And so if we're reading kind of a memoir, and that's maybe the only source we have for talking about a particular study circle in Riga, that's going to tell one story, but then I think balanced with these other kind of instances in which we're reading many things together, it shows that that kind of story that's told is a bit incomplete. And so not to say that that's not worth discussing, but and in fact it is very much worth discussing in the sense that it's kind of a crucial element of the samizdat experience. But I think unfortunately for me as a researcher, it's a bit outside of my reach. But to the point on books and bookshelves, something that I'm working with a bit is this collection of books from Dushanbe, from the synagogue in Dushanbe, which is samizdat materials, mostly tamizdat materials that were kind of very interestingly rebound. And I gather this is a larger phenomenon across Soviet society, but the ones I have access to are from Dushanbe. And they were very interestingly rebound in official Soviet books. And so you have like Sidorim from Israel, and one particularly interesting example that I found is a Sidor, and then the first page of the Sidor sits right up against a poem that says, "To Stalin," and it's kind of a glorifying Stalin in this ode form in Tajik. And so you have these incredible documents that are just really like turns of history that these two things could end up on facing pages. But it's, again, very much a part of the samizdat experience that to open to the first page of that siddur, you also had to look at a child's drawing of Stalin in this poem that was written in dedication to him. So yeah, I think all of these things, especially these like paratextual and material features of the text, absolutely have to be considered.
So we have time for one final question or comment. So, Dan.
Okay, I'll just preface this by saying that I'm definitely not a handwriting expert, but 2 slides back when you have Mendelyevich's signature, right? Yeah. So the Russian looks totally fluent. Yeah. I wonder if the signature he has there looks anything like the signature he has now. As
yeah,
in like,
that's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, it might look identical, but that, I don't know, it doesn't look particularly fluent. Is that a final tsari at the end? I can't even tell.
Yeah, yeah, it's with a like cheek choke. But yeah. It does look a bit mangled, you're right.
That's what I was thinking. And I'm just wondering, like, if you can get your hands on a more current signature, if it would look very different from that. It might. That's all.
That's a great point. Maybe if I interview him, I'll ask him to send a copy of his signature. Yeah.
So thank you, Benjamin, and thank you for all the questions and comments. By that, we conclude the session, and as I believe, we're going to the bus, right? So, yep. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you once again, everyone, for this terrific 3 days, and we survived, and I survived. That's cool. I'm happy. Yeah. So now, Ilya, correct me if I'm wrong. So now we have how many time till? Yeah. Okay. So I have tickets. I have bus tickets. Then I will give it to you. You just need validate it in the bus. Ilya will show you what to do. And yeah, I hope I have enough. I'm bad with math. Yeah, so just come here, I'll give you the tickets, and you have, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes to rest, to go to bathroom, and then you can meet with Ilya downstairs, and you will go to the bus, and it takes 5 minutes to go to National Library.